Checks of fresh fuel for you.
Making compromises and content. To leverage the open reason
how we leverage the value
and eventually flow to a better digital content. Which ultimately
You're really excited. The technology that you today.
the library. We've reacted to the library.
I'm really excited about how we can let using today are
See you in the morning.
Stop making react reason which even
Really value options that you shop. Form
you create across you were smarter with even zero
Remember, different
my the I'm waiting. We've done this enough. It's
Speaking
Oh, here on the everyone. You can me and make sure we have back to the box today.
a lot of you almost sitting here in the world.
Register all so like I said morning. Hopefully you got you have and we're happy to have you.
Great content and content are your hundreds and submissions in live at the agenda we have. Thank you for the you include the speaker. You know, please now all the sponsors. All of our top sponsors. Shopify, Prisma.
We couldn't do this without you.
And finally, thank you to our media partners who are spreading the word about our conference. So many of you have found us and are here today or at home watching.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention our hashtag today, which is #ReactAdvanced. You can see it on Twitter today. There's already a bunch of posts from this morning. Please tweet us where you're watching from, what your setup is. We love to see it. Or tweet photos of us, which we also love because we're narcissistic. If you tweet with the #ReactAdvanced, we do have a couple of raffles happening for people who tweet about the conference. So check it out.
Yeah, I cannot stress this enough. Please do not tweet at me. I do not want to see your tweets. But we do, as a conference, we want to see your tweets, and we have a little incentive program. So especially if you are joining us remotely and you like these remote conferences, you can win a Git Nation multi-pass to all the 8 conferences that we do throughout the year by doing all these things that you see now on the slide. So tweeting with the hashtag, tagging our speakers, tagging your friends, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, this is, of course, a ploy to get more engagement on our social media, but you can also win tickets to all the Git Nation conferences and more, such as this beautiful T-shirt with this big-ass fish on it.
And multi-passes, which is, what is a multi-pass? Why? Thank you. Great question, front row. With a multi-pass, you can get access to all of these great events you see on screen. It's valid for a year, so if you want to conference hop, you can. You can find all the details on portal.gitnation.org and come learn about React or Remix or testing or Vue. There really is something there for everyone.
Yes, and if you are just joining us now or you forget something we say, don't worry. You can find all the information and the agenda on reactadvanced.com. This intro could have truly been an email.
And for folks at home, everything you need is on the website. You'll be able to see the talks with both of the tracks, and it has tabs on it, so you can pick which track to visit at any given time. You'll also find the schedule. And you can check out our Discord, which is a little community chat, and our spatial chat, where speakers will be for questions, and there's a bit of an after party later. So the schedule's under the talks in the timeline, and it's pretty hard to miss. Oh my God, that's my face. That's incredible. Speaker Q&A rooms will happen after every talk. If you're in London, they're in person by the reception. If you're online, you can join spatial.chat and ask questions there. And we'll have 2 discussion rooms today. So there is a room on the side over there. There's a little banner with an arrow. That's where the discussion rooms are. Remote audience, click a button on the timeline, and we'll see you there.
And when you join our virtual venue, this is kind of what it looks like. So if you want to speak to anyone, you can just move closer to them and you'll hear them, just like in real life, believe it or not. Can you imagine what computers can do these days? And if you want to join any discussion room or speaker room, you can just click on the room in the menu and you'll be teleported there post-haste. And you can also watch all the talks together with fellow attendees and discuss them right away. A little sort of home viewing socializing. And these are discussion rooms that you can join today. So at 2 p.m. London time, whatever time that would be for you in about 35 minutes from now, we have the new React Native architecture talk with people from the Meta team, people from Infinite Red, Lorenzo from Microsoft, and Taz. And finally, we have a second speaker room today, or a speaker chat with about career tips and soft skills with Michelle Vestrad and Erin Fox, and that's 3:30 UK time. To find the time in your local time zone, please go to the website.
And it's not all business. We also have a remote audience after party program, which everyone is welcome to participate in. There's going to be games, Quake, draw battle, lots of fun on spatial chat. For those of us joining in the outer net, we also have a party here at 7. So there's going to be a little bit of a break between the end of the talks and the beginning of the party, but it'll be real fun.
And be sure to join our Discord server. You can find the link in the timeline and in the email that the organizers have sent to you. And all the announcements and all the things that come up during the day will be there on Discord, so you can find them there. And also hang out with our speakers and other attendees.
And if you've been hanging around the website, you might have already noticed this. But if you have a full ticket, you can participate in our short remote workshops. There are several left next week. Check them out at reactadvanced.com/workshops-3H, presumably for hours. So don't miss a chance to learn.
And with any of these events, whether it's on Discord, here in person, or home on your own couch, we do have a code of conduct that we would very much like you to read, understand, and respect. We want everybody to feel safe and have a good time during this event. So please go to gitnation.org/COC to read the code of conduct. And if you find anything on any of digital or real-life channels that you feel violate the community standards that we have, please do reach out at coc@gitnation.org or talk to one of the orange shirt staffers here in person. And we do not tolerate any form of harassment on any of our channels. But I'm sure that you all understand and know that.
Grown-ups. The website that keeps on giving, check out reactadvanced.com for job listings, /jobs, from our sponsors, especially in this economy, especially React jobs. Woo. We also have a physical job board if you're in London in person, downstairs, I believe. And we also have some sponsor perks at reactadvanced.com/perks. So check them out. Thanks, sponsors.
Yes, and what's, of course, important for us to keep this event improving every year is feedback. So you can go to reactadvanced.com/feedback. There's a little form. Please leave your feedback and thoughts there. And you can access it throughout any part of the event. And I am repeating one last time, do not tweet at me. That is not the best way of giving feedback. And yeah, don't forget to ask questions. Slido is a slide.do using the code 2124. And with that in mind, I believe we are ready to get started.
Our remote audience is prepped. Our London audience is in the room. Hi, everyone. Welcome back.
Yes.
We were talking to the online people.
Nice. So Ellie, I bid you adieu. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I will be very shortly bringing on our next speaker. But before that, the room here in London is filled. I don't know if the stream people can see it, but this is a packed room, hundreds of heads. Can we have a big whoop from everyone? Excuse me, what the hell was that? Could we have a little bit of a cheer, to invite Tejas on stage in a minute? Can we have a little whoop? There we go. That was a good whoop. That was a good whoop. All right, so our next speaker will be Tejas Kumar. And he'll be talking about understanding React Fiber architecture. And Tejas is, bar none, my favorite speaker of this entire conference circuit. His infectious positivity is just something that it just cannot be ignored. But every single talk that he gives, and he gives many distinct talks, there's always snippets of wisdom that I feel like no matter what docs or content I consume, I can never get anywhere else except in a Tejas Kumar original. So let's give everyone a big welcome to Tejas.
my mic on? Can you hear me, React Advanced London? You all right? You good? Do you like a cup of E? Hello. Is that insensitive? Can I do it? Anyway, hi. Welcome back after lunch. I hope you're ready for some deepness in this very advanced conference. Let me just start by saying this is a talk that nobody needs to hear. Like, for real. Like, nobody needs to hear this. I hope some of you want to hear this. Do you want to hear? Okay. But nobody, because here's the thing, like this is about React's internal jargon. It's stuff that you may be interested in, like me. If you're curious, you do not need to know this stuff at all to build great apps with React. React is the best way to build user interfaces on the web, and you don't need to know the internals for that. But who wants to dive into the internals today just for fun? Yes, that's right. Let's get the show on the road. We're going to be talking about something called Fiber. Fiber is something that I don't have a lot of on my... But what is it in the React context? Succinctly put, Fiber, and by the way, we're going to be diving into the Fiber architecture in 20 minutes. Imagine that. Fiber in React is a single unit of work. There's a single unit of work that React does. And you might be thinking, okay, what is the work? The work is essentially rendering your stuff and then putting it on the screen, render and commit. Fiber is an internal thing. Again, so you don't need to know about it at all to build great React apps. And as such, it's not exposed to the users. So maybe an easier way of reasoning about it is to think of something that is exposed and go from there, okay? What is exposed in React? The humble element. We all write React elements. We write an angular bracket with a name, and that calls React.createElement, and we have elements. Elements are what we work with daily. And I'm not going to dive deep on elements because I did that once. It was a relatively popular talk about React elements and how they exist, and how they created and all this. Feel free to watch that in your free time. But what I want to do is compare and contrast elements and fibers so we get some sense of how they work together. Essentially, what I want to summarize that talk in saying for this talk is a React element describes desired UI state. A React element allows you to describe, like declaratively, here's my tree of React elements. This is my app, and then React does the work of making that the truth in a host environment. So in a browser, in a mobile device with React Native, in a command line interface with React Inc. So your elements describe what you want. React makes that happen. Is that clear? Awesome. So how do fibers come into this picture? For starters, elements are public, meaning they're external. We write them. But fibers are internal. We don't talk about them because we don't need to. There's a whole team that works with these daily for our sake, on our behalf, so we can build great apps. Elements are ephemeral, so they don't live long. You can throw away elements, you can create new ones. They're just a representation. If you speak DevOps, they're like a Kubernetes manifest. You just describe the state you want, and then a system brings it to fruition, right? Or like a Terraform file. If any DevOps people in the house? Oh, cool. Hey, one person. Elements are ephemeral. Fibers are long-lived stateful data structures that React uses to keep track of what your app is supposed to do, what you want it to do, and what you want it to look like. And that is React's value proposition at all, right? It's a way to build user interfaces that makes efficient and proper not replacements, but updates to your elements such that it doesn't throw one out and give you a new one every time. Can you imagine losing your input focus state on keystroke? Nasty. So fibers facilitate that. And third, elements are immutable, meaning you don't change them. You throw them away, you create new ones. But fibers are long-lived, mutable, stateful data structures used in the process of reconciliation. Okay, that's a new can of worms. What is reconciliation? Reconciliation is when you take a tree of elements, a description, a roadmap of what you want your UI to look like, and how you want it to respond to events and what effects you want. You take this list of elements and reconcile them to a host environment, the browser or a mobile device or a CLI. That is reconciliation. It's essentially taking your description and making it the truth, okay? Fibers are instrumental in this. Now, we get elements, we get fibers, we get reconciliation. How do elements become fibers? Do they become fibers? What is the interplay? There's a function in the source code. Thank goodness React's open source and MIT licensed. I can just go read. There's a function called create fiber from types and props. Arguably, you could just say this is called create fiber from element. I mean, because if you've looked at a React element, it's a JavaScript object with a type, properties, children's part of properties sometimes. It's an object. So you can say a fiber is almost derived from elements and then used by the Fiber Reconciler. We understand reconciliation. We understand fibers. It all comes together in the Fiber Reconciler to do the work of building your UIs. The work is done in what is called the fiber loop. The fiber loop, think of it as like a game loop. When there's work to be done, you start a loop. At the top of your tree of fibers, you begin work. These are function names in the source code. You begin work on the topmost node. And what begin work does, it essentially like sets flags. Should this thing be updated? What changed? Et cetera. It sets a bunch of flags. And when it's finished, it steps into the next node in your tree. And work begins on that, the next one being the child. Begin work sets a few flags on that. If there's a child, it just keeps going down, setting flags, until there's no more children, and then what happens? Complete work. Now, complete work does something else. It also will then step into the sibling as the next one, not the child, if there is a sibling, and then go back up the tree, completing work. Complete work kind of builds DOM nodes, but not in the DOM, in a detached state, so you don't see any of this on your screen. It kind of just connects nodes together. And finally, you have the commit phase, which is putting everything on the screen. So all of, up until commit root, nothing happens on the screen. And the reason for this is if rendering work needs to be interrupted or paused, it's not while the user is watching stuff happen. You can throw away a tree and recreate it off the screen and then commit it finally. That's the whole point of Fiber, is the ability to pause and interrupt rendering and prioritize updates. Some as high priority, some as low priority, okay? But you know, I've been talking too much, and honestly, I don't like designing slides, so let's just like draw a diagram, look at some code. Is that cool? Do I have permission? Okay, this is nice, one woo. Let's get this. So I have Excalidraw, shout out, who likes Excalidraw? Yes, awesome. Viju, thank you for this tool. So let's go in here, and what we're going to do is we're going to draw a tree of elements. So we have a main. As a child of main, let's say we have a h1. Actually, let's put a div soup, my favorite breakfast. H1, and we have some siblings to h1. So let's say here we have a span, and we have a button, okay? Is there a clock? I really don't know how I'm doing on time, but that's good. Don't show me the clock. All right, so we have an h1, and these have some text underneath them as well. So h1, let's say this is hello world, like that. The span, let's say this is a counter app, where we're just drawing stuff. And of course, let's say this is just a one-way counter. All you can do is increment. If we could do that with my salary, I'd be really happy. Cool, so this is a tree of let's say elements, let's say five, whatever, just a tree. How does the Fiber Reconciler work? Now, at any given time, the Fiber Reconciler maintains two trees. So step one, let's duplicate this. Let's duplicate this tree. Let's first wrap it up in a nice little box. Let's go here. And then we're going to duplicate this whole thing, okay? So we'll just, boom, second tree, clone, let's go. So now we have two trees. The first one is called the current tree. Second one, let's call it the work in progress tree. Okay, and this is where a lot of the rendering work will do. So now the question, what would the Fiber Reconciler do if I click the plus button and increment the count? That's what I want to talk about. And how does it do that? So I click plus. What happens is we work on the work in progress tree in a detached way from the host environment, the browser, make any updates, and then commit it. And this is how it happens. So when we click the button, we start the work, so to speak. And so you call begin work on the topmost node, that is the main. And this will just set some flags, mark it as this thing needs to update, or maybe it doesn't. In this case, I don't know if it does because its content is changing, but not. Anyway, begin work sets some flags, and when it's finished, it steps into the div, begin work on the div, okay? Same thing, mark any updates required, just tell React what the state is, and then when that's finished, step into the child here, h1. Same drill, right? Begin work, mark it for updates, move on. Now, there's no children here. What happens? We complete work. If there's no children, there's no more children to step into. We call a function called complete work. And if there's no siblings, we go back up the tree. If there is siblings, we go to the sibling. So we complete work here. And how do I mark complete work? I'm just going to say complete work is going back this way. And then go to the sibling here, to the span. We begin work on the span. Do we have children? Do we not? We have text nodes, and this is probably interpolated, so this does count as a child. So begin work will go in there, complete work because there's no children, come back, and we just walk. We walk, walk, walk. And after we're done with these children, we complete work on the ones that have not completed work yet. Okay, so we'll just call complete work and go back up to the root. That's the cycle. What does complete work do? Begin work sets flags. Complete work constructs a detached tree of DOM elements, but not in the browser, aside. Sets props, and just like append child to each other. Builds this tree, constructs, connects everything, and then we're done. This is where we are. The next step is to put this work in progress thing on the screen. To do that, React has a hidden internal structure called a fiber root node. You don't see this thing, but it exists. And at the time of your app mounting, it will point to, it just contains a pointer to the current tree. This is before updates, this is the state. But then when the work loop finishes, when complete work finishes on the last thing, we finish the work of rendering and we switch to the commit phase. And we commit the work in progress to the main host environment, the browser, by just flipping the pointer. And now that is the source of truth. And also the commit phase will run any effects. There's different kinds of effects. There's host effects, which is literally like attaching the DOM nodes to the browser. There's passive effects, which is your use effect calls and everything your components need to do. So the effects run, the DOM node, both passive and host effect, they all run on commit, and then your UI updates. That is how Fiber works, by diagram. Cool? How does Fiber work by code? I really don't know how I'm doing on time, but let's just look at code, whatever. I don't see a clock. When you turn on the clock, I'll stop. How does this work in code? Let's open code. And what I'm going to do is literally like open code. And we will yarn parcel index. So guess what? I built this counter app, this one here. I built that as a demo just for funsies, okay? I'm going to open this here. And what we have is this, which is literally the same thing as this. In fact, if we open the code, did we open the code? So if we open the code, look at this tree. It's literally main, div, h1, span, button. It's the same structure, okay? But in code. If you've written React, this kind of looks familiar. If we open this now, let's open, how do I open? Okay. This works as you expect. Let's get into the React DOM source code and play. You can tell I really don't like slides. I just like playing. So what we'll do is, let's go here. Literally, node modules. Uh-oh. We's going deep. Let's go, where's React DOM? There it is. CommonJS, where is it? React DOM development. Okay, we're here. We're here, everybody. We've entered, look at this, the number of foldable regions is limited to a maximum of 5,000. It's not this complex, it's just bundled, okay? The source code is much less bundled for things. It's easier to read the GitHub one. Anyway, so what do we want? We want to start with the work loop sync, right? That's what we had in our diagram. So let's Command F. We have that. What does this function even do? Let's go to definition. So while work in progress is not null, while there is work to do, perform it. It's declarative. I love it. Okay, what does that do though? Let's go deeper. We're going so deep, man. It's like that fish theme, you know? This fish, we want to find the fish. If you believe that, tweet find the fish #React Advanced. Anyway, perform unit of work. Okay, what does this do? It stores some state, and if we're in profile mode, we're not in profile mode. Profiling is performance. We're not doing that. We're here. We're in begin work. We call begin work. Let's go deeper. What is begin work? It's a function that wraps another function called begin work. But this is let's go to this one. Okay, begin work. Here we are. We're at begin work. We've reached the zone. There's 3 arguments. The current fiber. That is the one in the host environment. We don't touch this, okay? We just pass it around. So the current fiber is like, we send it here, we send it there, we compare it, we never mutate. Just not. But the work in progress fiber is the one we work with because it's work in progress. So let's start by console, let's just console log. Let's look at a fiber. Everybody, you're about to look at a fiber. Work in progress. All right, let's do this. And so now let's open this. Let's go to the console. Okay, so there we have, let me bump the font size for you. So begin work. On what? The state node is what we're working on. So we're working on the fiber root node. That's that hidden thing we talked about in the diagram. We begin work then one level lower on the app component, one level lower on main. This is what a fiber looks like, by the way. Lots of state for React to keep track of. The state node is the actual element that is stateful, the stateful node. And you can see it literally begin work and traverse the tree. So main, div, h1, span, it just begins work going down. And let's look at what begin work actually does. So this is a debug internal thing. We won't talk about that. But if the current node is not null, meaning if the current node in the host environment exists, then what? It's an update, not an insert. Okay? So on the update path, this is what begin work does. We compare old props with new props, or has context change. We set some flags. And if I scroll, we're just setting flags, making sure the reconciler knows this thing needs to update or needs to not. That's it. As we scroll down, we have a massive switch case for different kinds of components, lazy components, function components, class components, suspense boundaries, etc., that just marks them as this thing needs to update. As we scroll past the big switch case, we eventually end up at a throw where unit's like, I don't know what you're trying to do, but I can't work on this thing. Okay? And that's begin work. Now let's look at complete work. Let's go back up the tree. So complete work, as you notice, the same signature. Render lanes is a scheduling concern that is outside of the scope of this talk, so we won't address that. We still have, though, the current fiber, the work in progress fiber. For posterity, let's log this complete work, rather. And we'll just console log the work in progress fiber here. And now, when this thing reloads, we'll see, oh, look, it got more complex. So begin work, we keep beginning work until we reach H1. Right? And H1 has no children. H1 is a sibling. If we look at the DOM tree here, H1, no more children. A text node, but that is not an element. It's just text. So we begin work on H1, as you can see here, element type H1, and we complete it straight away. We begin work on the span, but notice there's more children here, because that's because I have this interpolation here. Okay, so they treat it a little bit differently. But we begin work, and if there's no children, we complete work. And ultimately, we complete work on the button, the div, the main, the app component. Lastly, we complete work on the fiber root node as well. And then, here, you can see here, the state node is the fiber root node, exactly. That's that invisible thing that switches a pointer. So let's look at what complete work does. So if we go back here, it's a massive switch case again, right? For all of these types of components, bubble properties. And that's exactly what it sounds like. And I want to focus here on one specific thing called the host component. A host component is a component in the host environment. For React DOM, what is the host environment? It's the DOM, the browser. So on a host component, how do you complete work? This is how. You bubble properties, you check if it was hydrated from server-side rendering, but in this case it's not, we're just client-side rendering. So we'll switch to the other branch in this if. So we go here, and look, instance is create instance. You know what that is? Let's go one level deeper. Create instance is essentially document, it validates some nesting, and then calls create element, which is document.createElement, and now we're at what complete work does. It's creating an element detached from the browser, but it's still constructing a tree. Complete work constructs the DOM node, attaches it to the parent, moves back up. Okay? Just traverses a tree. And you can actually see that. So we append all the children, we set the state node to the instance, and we mark some updates, etc., and we just keep going in the switch case. Complete work eventually makes it to the root, and rendering is finished. We then switch to the commit phase. We put stuff on the screen. We switch, if we go back to the diagram, what the commit phase is, if you remember, is just switching the pointer, like that. How do we switch the pointer? There's a function called commit root impl. Yeah, that's the one. Let's go deep into this and see. So what I want to do is just console log. Console.log .og commit root. And we will just log the root here, but preferably like that. Save. And so now you see, we've committed the root. It literally just switches the pointer. This is the fiber root node that you're seeing, and every time I call this, it just does the same thing over and over again, really, really fast. Okay. What does commit root do? It flushes passive effects. A passive effect, look, there's even an explanation here. The passive effect is not a host effect. It's not like attaching stuff to the DOM. In host effects, there's different kinds. There's a insertion effect, there's a placement effect, or there's an update effect, there's a delete. These effects literally involve mutating the DOM. And there's passive effects, which is your components effects. So we flush those things, we mark some events, and they eventually switch the pointer here. So we just run, there's a lot of effects running, really a lot of effects being committed. But at some point, what you'll see is we switch the trees from the current to the work in progress, right? And we also call a hook. When it's finished, what happens? Eventually, we mark the commit as stopped, and it finishes with all the last things finish. So what I want to show you with this is, one, how it works with the loop, but also that there's a lot of edge cases, there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff that React solves for you that you don't need to solve yourself. And that's the whole value proposition. How do we make updates to the UI in a fast way, in a predictable way, and in a way that allows us to just build apps fast without concerning ourselves too much with the internals? That cool? All right, let's talk about my takeaway. What can we take away from this talk? We can take away that React internals are complex, but the externals are powerful because of that. Like, we can build all of those edge cases, those massive switch cases you saw, are work that the team does on our behalf so that we don't have to, so that React can have a relatively small API surface and allow us to build apps powerfully and fast. That said, the internals are fun, and my one takeaway for you is to remember, hey, listen, React, I've heard a lot of people say that React is too hard or too complex, like the internals. All of this talk I prepared was by reading the source code on GitHub, because it's open source, and trying to participate, and actually now I'm participating, I guess. I did talk to some of the team who are very welcoming and supportive, and it's an ecosystem. So my takeaway is, I'm thankful to be a part of this ecosystem, and I hope you will be encouraged to do so as well. React Advanced London, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please do leave your laptop and follow me to the interrogation chamber.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
I'm about to be interrogated.
You're in trouble, young man. No, thank you. That was a deep dive. You are truly living up to your promises and the name of this conference.
Am I a fish?
Are you a fish? Do you want to be a fish? Is being a fish a good thing?
There's a superhero in the show called The Boys, who's a fish, the deep, anyway. Yeah, Aquaman is underrated, is my take. That's my take.
Yeah, should we talk more about that? No, okay. Let's go to audience questions. The first audience question is, in what ways have you found that a deeper understanding of React under the hood has informed or changed the code you write?
I like this a lot. I like this a lot. So in small ways, and I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to not concern ourselves too much with the internals. There's people paid well to do that for us, right? And so they do it well for us so that we don't have to. And the focus is using React. And that's the focus, not necessarily understanding the internals. But understanding the internals has helped me in cases of like pull request reviews where we have debates or something. We can actually like look at the code and I can teach and mentor. That helps. But also, I stay away from like micro optimizations because I know what's happening. Like, I don't need to like put everything in use memo. I don't need to make all my components lazy. Like, it helps inform how much do I optimize because I know how much is being optimized for me behind the scenes. So.
For sure. I want to add my own question to that. Yes. So I remember when we used to work with simpler tools, that weren't as powerful but also were simpler. At one point, I think I remembered most of the backbone source code by heart. Now with these tools that we use right now, the complexity is just too much for a working product programmer to kind of look at. So how much do you think is important, as you become, let's say, more senior in an organization, to have a person on team who understands these tools, or is that just a completely waste of time?
I don't know if it's a waste of time, because so I think a big important part of being a senior engineer is the ability to mentor. And there's a soft skills room, right? I really want to attend that because I feel like that's actually more important than the code itself sometimes. And so I think if there's at least one person who has a real depth of knowledge there, they can use it to educate and inform. And there's a lot of patterns in this code base that I can learn from personally. Just for example, right? This function called work loop sync. While work to be done, do work. This way of structuring code is something I can learn and then teach my team. So I don't think it's useless. I also think if you're a company in this economy, it's a nice to have, but I don't think it's like mandatory.
Yeah. Cool. The next top question is, did React 18 change anything in this algorithm?
That's a good question. What I was using, I'm pretty sure was React 18. Is React 18 at the latest tag?
Yes.
Yeah, that was React 18. So no, maybe, but there is so there was work loop sync that I talked about. There's also a work loop async. And that's the concurrent features. And that uses, as far as I know, this is where it gets shaky, but that uses a scheduler under the hood that literally will compute like what's a high priority update, what's not, and the whole point of Fiber is to be interruptible. So switching from work loop sync to work loop async will facilitate a lot of these concurrent features where there's now a priority system and a scheduler for those. The code I showed is still in React 18 and it hasn't changed, but at some point I suspect work loop async will be the default and work loop sync will be the fallback.
Yeah, hopefully next year we can have you back and you can give a talk about the async scheduler.
Yes.
Yes. I think that's the part for me that is still a little bit black magic.
Nice.
I understand that it works, but I'm not really sure how at all.
He's giving me ideas for my next talk. You want to see that? No?
No.
Me neither.
But there was that one guy. You should talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Top question. Let's go by democratic order. This feels like almost like a job interview question. If an element is removed via the document object directly, so I'm assuming manipulating the DOM, is there a possibility to cause a memory leak since the Fiber keep the reference?
I don't know how Fiber keeps references. I haven't looked into that, but yes, I mean, you know the stack reconciler before the Fiber one. That's how it used to be, right? Like things were mutated on the fly. The problem with that is you can't bail out of something halfway. Like if you just update half the DOM and you're like, oh, higher priority update came in, what do? Like you can't roll it back. Should you roll it back? You can't. So it becomes complicated. So if an element is removed via the document object directly, you basically go back to React like pre-16, which there's a reason that was deprecated.
Yeah, and I think if the element is maintained by React itself, I think the next work loop will either be added or crash in like an undefined way. So that's probably a bad idea, and you should not do that.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative.
What do we have in store next? Prisma, this is not a talk, but I am a big fan of it. Prisma makes front-end developers full stack with the next generation Node.js and TypeScript ORM. If you're not using Prisma and you're wrangling data or databases, it's probably something you might want to look at. And also, what's happening concurrently with the next talk is our first discussion room on React Native's new architecture and future of it. So if you are working in React Native, that might be something of interest. But I certainly cannot recommend that you go there, because the next talk on this stage is going to be a banger. Let's remember to ask questions. You've been doing a really great job so far, but this is the code again. So if you haven't asked a question yet, you can go to slide.go and use the code 2124. And the next speaker, who I'm about to invite on stage, you know, sometimes it's harder to introduce something that's very close to your heart, and this man certainly is. He's a London-based developer. He's worked on incredibly cool stuff in the past, including most recently on Cloudflare's Workers platform, and he's done a lot of really deep thinking on edge computing and what it really means for us building web applications. So I would like to invite on stage one of my mentors and role models in this space, and my dear friend Sunil Pai.
Hi. Okay, cool. The mic's working, and you all can hear me in the back. I was here last year, and it was so great, and we're back again. It's really nice that the conference season is back alive. Clearly, very few people got the masking suggestions. My talk this time isn't as technical as I usually do, and it's a little personal, which is why I'm frightened as shit at the moment. But it's something that I call Back to the Future. Before we start, a quick announcement. I'm incredibly happy to announce that I will be the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. It's such an honor to accept this role. I promise to deliver on my campaign promise of getting process.exit done. Everyone's mentioned it as a promise, but I truly will deliver on it. The hero's journey is a storytelling pattern that is probably the most popular way to tell a story right now. Movies, books, comics, short stories. The idea is of a protagonist who starts from a point of zero and ventures out into the world or into a situation and faces numerous obstacles, mentors, finds advice, disregards it, and finds themselves at a very low point where they think everything is lost. And then by some magic, advice, friends, support systems, inner child, finding the courage, they crawl back out of that space and they return to where it all started, but as a new person with new knowledge and a new way forward. So this talk is kind of a story about me. It's kind of weird to even use the phrase a hero's journey because, well, it sounds completely full of yourself, right? Like you are, of course, the hero of your own journey, but everyone is the hero of their journey. But it's fine. I'm trying something new. You all get to see a little raw version of how I think about a few things. So this is me right after I got out of college, and I'd just started working in technology. I was doing a little bit of the contracting life, which meant that I could finally afford a nice guitar for myself. That's my blue Les Paul that I just love to bits. I still have it. Look at how nice it is in the light. Just take a second. Just a beautiful guitar. I also got myself a little effects kit and an amplifier. See, the thing is that I thought I was going to be a musician and a writer, a true artist. Technology was there only to pay the bills. It was never going to be a full-time thing. It would just pay the bills until I figure out how to have the seminal novel or a great album that's a fusion of Indian and Western rock music, of course. But then but I'd done really poorly in college, and I found myself writing JavaScript for a small contracting company in Hyderabad, India. And I was being taught web development by a woman. In about 5 or 10 minutes, she taught me what would hold me for the rest of my career. HTML is how you structure your UI. Style tags, you use CSS to style your page to make it look a particular way. And you write JavaScript for behavior. And it was literally this snippet of code. and looked incredible. In 10 minutes, I figured, oh my God, I could do anything with this. I can take any problem that is presented to be solved on a computer and pattern match it against building a little bit of a structure of a UI, styling it, and giving it behavior. I felt like the world was open to me. And then right after that, she told me that this is never how you will actually write code. See, the thing is that you can't actually write HTML by hand because it's hard to maintain, and you need to use a templating language, and you need to spread it about a bunch of things. You will never write your style inline inside your HTML. You have to write style sheets and use class names and architectures like, well, BEM came out in the late 2000s. This was way before then. You will never write an event handler directly on your element as well, because that is hard to maintain. This is way before even DevTools, so you actually had to use alert for debugging. And that kind of broke me, but I figured that's how technology is built, by learning the systems around it, by learning architectures and theories. This is me giving a talk at one of my first JavaScript conferences in India called JSFoo. Great conference. I was part of the organizing committee, so I still feel soft part for it. So when I say it's the best conference, no harm done to React Advanced. It was just that that was the conference I was exhibited. The slide actually says embrace templating, because templating languages were the rage at the time. Jade, Handlebars, Pug. There were like 10. I don't even remember all of them. And I had made it part of my identity for learning what all the tools and libraries were. Which one would be the best fit for you, etc. Why you would pick something, what architecture system you would build. Because nobody should be writing raw HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, I thought. And I then spent the next 15 odd years across a number of companies. It's kind of weird. I look at this and I'm like, oh shit, I job hopped a lot. But I promise you, I didn't piss off everyone. I actually went, I learned a bunch of things, I moved on to the next place. What I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to make here is, I was able to use my skills as a web developer in small companies, big companies, government firms, as a designer, as a developer. I remember writing the Yahoo Maps rewrite. We scaled Myntra, which was an e-commerce startup, from like 10 engineers to like 500. That was great. I spent some time in Oculus, which was, by the way, possibly the coolest job I had, which is writing React for virtual reality. Despite whatever your feelings about the metaverse were, this was the most sci-fi shit I've done in my life. I spent some time on the React team. That didn't go so well. And I built up a career of dedicating my life to technology and working my ass off writing code, writing a lot of code. Somewhere along the way, I stopped playing my guitar. I also kind of stopped reading books, which is like my favorite thing. I even stopped writing, because who has the time to write other stuff when you're already doing 10, 12 hours a day of just writing code? And it was going all great until about late 2019, when I started noticing a number of things started happening to me. My body started falling apart. I was in pain more days than not. My relationship started falling apart. I found myself arguing with my wife about the stupidest shit. Burnout happens when you least expect it. Actually, when you realize that burnout has happened, it's way too late. And the worst thing is that your friends and family around you might actually be noticing what's happening, but they point it out to you, and they're like, well, go to hell. I'm a superstar on the React team, and things are going great, so you have no idea what you're talking about. Don't tell me that shit. And she's like, you're my son. I'm like, yeah, but shut up. You don't know what my life is about. You want to know what burnout looks like, what the face of burnout is? It looks great, by the way. This is photos of me in 2019. I found it. I was like, and I looked at the data. I was like, yeah, these are the days where I was sleeping barely 3 or 4 hours a night. And wasn't really eating well. My weight was fluctuating. I think I was about 10, 15 kilos lighter than I am right now. And it wasn't great. And conveniently enough, around the beginning of 2020, Jan, Feb, is when I started noticing where I decided to do something about it. Conveniently enough, that's when a worldwide pandemic hit, which is just the best time for your mental health, by the way. You really get to focus on yourself and self-care when that's happening. So this is not a story with a bad ending, because clearly it's been a couple of years since then. I did a few things since then. I quit smoking. I don't know, folks know this from last year. It's now been 2.5 years clear smoking. Disgusting habit. You should try it, you should hate it, and you should quit it like immediately. Please don't try it, it sucks. It's not good. Cut my drinking down, got my hours of sleep in. I sleep really well now. I eat well. I fixed my relationship with my wife and my friends. Amazing. Once you have time to actually hang out, you're like, oh shit, these are interesting people. I should hang out with them more. I shaped up, and last year when I was here at this very conference, this is what I looked like. I looked a lot happier, I think. Also, I had a haircut and a trim, of course, and I got that sexy suit. Just look at that guy, right? Damn. Even about the tie, it was nice. I was going for an English summer wedding, and I needed a second occasion to wear the suit so I could justify the cost. But it's so nice. Over the last couple of years, I learned something else. One is that front-end technology is not the be-all or end-all. It is just a tool to solve stuff. I started exploring meta layers. So I got into edge computing a bunch. I even spent the last year of my life in Cloudflare. Great place, highly recommended. Working with them, fixing their CLI, which is not great, and I fixed it. Thank you. You're welcome. I learned a bunch. I started getting the same feeling that I did at the beginning of my career. The thing about technology, of course, is that it starts off with experts, right? It feels like it's gate-kept by people who are paid million-dollar salaries and so on. But then, conveniently enough, a bunch of people look at it and commoditize it. They ideally open source it so that everyone can learn from it. And suddenly you see it starts slowly, but very quickly, everybody across the world learns how to do it, learns how to harness the power of this technology and move forward. This happened with databases. In the 90s, only there were like a few hundred people in the world who understood how to use it, deploy it. But now you can literally click a button on Superbase or Planetscale, or honestly, some stuff even just like abstracts it behind you, and you have a world-powered database that anyone can use over a weekend, and you don't really have to pay any money for it. A lot of it is free. Same way with front-end technology. It started off with you had to be an expert in what systems to use, how to write code without a type system. But now there are free courses for you to start on a weekend, and you could have something shippable in a few days or so. I mean, that's kind of how crypto startups happen. Like they're up one week, and the next week they're down. So if they can do it, you can too. I've started feeling the same way about edge computing. Previously, it used to be a specialist position where you had to know how to scale an application beyond the scope of one server. You needed a team of people managing a farm of servers somewhere, a data center, potentially spread across the world. But now with the new breed of edge computing providers, Cloudflare, Fastly, Vercel, Amazon Lambda Edge, I don't know, Fly.io, Bun is going to come out with something, Deno Deploy, and I assume a couple that, well, Superbase also will start doing, well, they do functions now, etc. Turns out everyone's getting into this place where you can deploy servers so extremely close to you, physically close to you, where the latency is under 10 milliseconds. 10 milliseconds is effectively zero. But you as a developer don't really have to worry about that. Well, it would be nice if you understood it, but you don't really have to be an expert to harness the power of a worldwide computer. I used DALL-E for that, by the way. I said, hey, show me what a global computer would look like against the dark night sky. It's not bad. Imagine all of those are CPUs, I guess. This is also what's the scene in X-Men Cerebro, where they start looking for the mutants versus the humans would look like. Anyway, carrying on. So, I actually quit my job at Cloudflare a month ago. It was great, loved them, and it was weird. I needed to have the it's not you, it's me conversation with them. It was nice. I love every single one of them, and it was weird. They're like, there's nothing we can do to keep you. I was like, no, you know, the government is super stable, the economy is doing so well, this is the right time to start your own venture. So I'm taking this moment to announce what I'll be doing now, for what I've decided to kind of dedicate the next few years of my life to. This is the logo. It's still a work in progress. I call it the Cool Computer Club. All of you are members. Welcome to the Cool Computer Club. I will take all your money eventually. The idea is that I've decided that there are 7 big projects that we can do, that we can solve for the world. And you're going to hear about one of them today. OK, are you ready? Let's hear about, so project 1 is called the Multiplayer Development Kit. Developing an application for developing an application for real-time multiplayer sync, the next Figma, the next Quake 3. Quake 3 was released in 1999, by the way. And if they could do it well, it's kind of strange that we don't do it. Building the next Discord, building the next XYZ real-time thing should be accessible, cheap. It should be accessible to like 9 to 5 developers. It's not something you want to break either the bank or your mental health on. My inspiration for this thing is clearly the movie of the year, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Michelle Yeoh for life, baby. What a movie, what an incredible movie. I also feel the story is also something that I feel I can relate to, immigrant trying to make it out in the Western world with the weight of family and trying to create a business in a world that's falling apart. So the goal here is that building this multiplayer app should be as simple as building a single-player app. Sunil Pai from 20 years ago should be able to sit down and build it over a weekend and not freak out. See, the thing is that I actually did ask on Twitter, hey, what problems do you face right now if you have to do WebSockets real-time? Because WebSockets has been technology for donkey's years, but you don't really, everyone still talks about REST and GraphQL and like request response stuff, which is great, and of course, but like the sci-fi applications that we've learned that we've dreamt of for the last 100 years don't really follow a request response thing. They're directly connecting into a universal consciousness and feeding off of it. And I got some great answers. This is because everyone who follows me on Twitter is so smart, at 3.1 on Twitter. And they gave me such great answers. They told me, well, it's hard to scale. It's very hard to know how much it will cost me. The third-party services, not taking any names, they don't have a great local development experience where you can actually just run it on your server. It's not open source. I can't run the code. How do I even test such a thing? How do I make sure it doesn't break the bank? Special shout out to Robert Balicki, who really nailed it down into a bunch of technical notes. You don't have to actually read the words on the slide. It's fine. But it's very much a, hey, there's a lack of type safety. So how do you make sure that it's safe and you don't break applications for everyone that's out there? How do you prevent invalid states, especially when there's no guarantee on the order of messages that might come in? What happens when people edit stuff in different windows? And a lot more suggestions. How do you make sure that it doesn't chew all the battery in your phone? How do you fall back to something like just plain HTTP requests if WebSockets is too expensive? These are not things that you as a developer who wants to write your div hello world has to worry about. These are things that the platform should actually provide to you. Conceptually, the way I've started thinking about it is that as a developer, you should say, hey, here's a class called classroom, here's a classroom, and just write a little logic for when a user connects to it. There should be an API, and this is, again, just a conceptual API. This isn't what it'll probably be when it launches. But it should be as conceptually simple as starting up, making a new room constructor, and being able to connect to it without having to worry about using Redis as a synchronization thing, etc. Further, the things that you want from a system like this are that it should be fully type-checked. I want to be able to run it locally so that I can mess with it a bunch. I shouldn't have to log into a service to use it. I should be able to write tests on it from 9 to 5 and go home afterwards instead of worrying whether it's breaking. I do not want to have to be on-call for an application that I wrote. That's one of the nice things about being a front-end developer as well. We don't really have that much on-call. And if there's a problem, you just flip back to your older JavaScript bundle. Simple things like zero ops deploy. Can I click a button, run one command, and deploy it across the world? Can you generate a preview server per PR? So can I reproduce the entire real-time system so that when somebody sends a PR to the project, it spins up a thing, you can test it, make sure it doesn't break before it lands? These are things that the library and the code, the platform, should provide to you. It shouldn't be something that you build yourself. Really, what you want to do as a developer is you want to build collaborative experiences, the thing that you actually want to build and ship to your users, your next Figma, your next Discord, Quake 3 game, whatever. You want to focus on what makes your app great, and you want to pay only what you use. In fact, part of it is you want to measure what your users are using and pass that cost onto them as well. So I'm happy to say that we actually sort of got this working, and I want to give a big shout out to TLDraw. I've actually been incubating this inside TLDraw. If Steve is in the audience somewhere, woo, hi, thanks, Steve. Hey, Steve's the best, bother him about it. Great little app called TLDraw.com, working on a rewrite, and fairly quickly we were able to introduce multiplayer mode into this application. And it's great because basically you just say, hey, here's a link, multiple people can join onto it, and is the GIF playing? Oh, I do need to click the GIF to make it work. And conceptually, you can imagine that this is happening in 2 different geographical locations completely, but please note that there are 60 FPS updates happening in real time. This is actually really hard to do with existing systems and existing third-party services right now. So the fact that we got this working is awesome. I feel like this project actually does have a future. Like, I was worried. I was doing a bunch of false bravado talking to him. Yeah, we'll solve it. We'll ship it. Don't worry about it. And incredibly worried. But the fact is that it works, and I'm excited that A, we were able to do it quickly, simply, and the code it's about 300, 400 lines of code that happen to do this. So, I'm out of time. I'm extremely happy and grateful to Steve and TLDraw for letting this incubate in there. So, this is releasing in early 2023. I want to make sure it gets into all your hands by then. Feel free to reach out to me and be nice to me if you want to see it before that. I'm already showing demos around to everyone who will ask me about it. But what I want to point out is that I'm doing it differently this time. I'm not working 12-hour days, 7 days a week. This is a picture of the Hampstead Heath pond that me and Yanni go swimming at in London, and it's amazing. It's freezing. I've never done something like that in my life, but I'm trying to be healthy and open myself up to new, wonderful experiences like swimming in a pond in London. Just incredible. I'm sorry to say that I will be quitting my position as Prime Minister. It's been a wonderful time, but I'm not able to deliver the mandate that it was too aggressive for me to suggest in the first place. Process.exit will have to wait for another day. The government has my full support. Yeah, I also got myself a red Les Paul now, so now I have a blue and red Les Paul, and I'm managing to play the guitar a little bit more. My life feels a lot better. You can find me at 3.1 on Twitter. You can find me on my spanking new email address, sunil@coolcomputerclub.com, so that works. Or you can meet me at the pub, and we can have a chat. I'm drinking sparkling water at the time. Thanks. That's my talk.
Thank you so much. Would you follow me to the,
Sure.
the questionnaire booth? I'm running out of synonyms for this area. Thank you. That was, I love it when you give a personal talk. I think the first talk of yours I ever saw was in React Europe when you spoke about your journey then, and it's really good to see how all of this fits together.
I appreciate it, Yanni. Thank you for also being the friend for making sure we get our lives back in order.
I know, that's right. All right, let's see some questions from the audience. I think one question was there is, have you started playing guitar? And the answer seems to be...
I have. In fact, I only play music before...
It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform. Or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, fuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform. Or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
PRs every day. It really keeps the demons and the burnout away when you see progress every day. Thank you, Sunil, for that and for everything. Now, let's keep this show on the road. Please do keep tweeting on the hashtag ReactAdvanced Twitter. For example, if you took a great picture of Sunil, I'm sure that he would love to see it, so he can put it on his next year's slides. Sunil is here messing things up. He just unplugged Shruti's laptop. But we're back. Great. And thank you also to one more of our sponsors, Shopify Engineering. Shopify is on a mission to make commerce better for everyone, and that means making smart technical bets. You can learn how Shopify is leveraging React and React Native for mobile on their engineering blog at shopify.engineering. Thank you, Shopify, for sponsoring this event. And as always, for the next talk, we will be accepting questions on Slido, slido with the code 2124. And now it is my great pleasure and privilege to introduce the last speaker for this block, Shruti Kapoor. Shruti is a senior software engineer. She's an advocate for React and GraphQL. She's a delegate to the TC39. She's a speaker. She's an egghead instructor. And what cannot she do? I don't know. Thank you. Let's give it the stage to Shruti.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to my talk and staying here, actually. So we all actually care a lot about building performant web applications and creating an amazing user experience. We put a lot of effort in making fast websites. But what use is a fast website if people can't use it? Accessibility is often left as an afterthought in a software development cycle. When it is time to ship, we actually do a quick accessibility test and find out that our app is not accessible and put some hacky code in and make sure that it's accessible enough and then ship it. And sometimes it kind of ends up looking like this. We make sure that it's visually pleasing and aesthetic, but the experience itself looks pretty hacky. In my talk, I will talk about 5 simple things that you can keep in mind while you're doing development so that you can avoid a situation like this. My name is Shruti Kapoor. I am a lead member of technical staff at Slack. And over the last few months, I've been working on building accessible user experiences in huddles at Slack. I would be lying if I said I was an expert in accessibility. Don't ask me any hard questions. When I built my personal site, I made it look visually pleasing. It looked beautiful. I used Tailwind. Everything looked great. And when I did an accessibility test, I found out that most of my site wasn't accessible, and people weren't able to do the things that they wanted to do, like, for example, read the blogs. And so through the means of this talk, I want to share some tips and tricks I learned and some things I now keep in mind that you can do while developing your web applications so that you don't end up in a situation where it's almost time to ship and your app is not accessible. This is a long journey, actually. Building accessible web apps is a lot to take, and it's a big undertaking. My journey here is not done. Through this talk, I want to share some things, but this journey continues afterwards as well. I'll continue to share my learnings on accessibility through blog posts, and if you're interested in following, then you can find it on anywhere on Twitter here, or on my not accessible website for now. And if you've been following me on Twitter, you already know that I'm a big dev joke fan. So you know what's coming up. I'm going to ask you a dev joke question, and you can just yell the answer out loud. So, what did the process say after working in an infinite loop all day? I need a break. You're right. Yes. OK, because we're short on time, I'll only do one dev joke. But if you want more dev jokes, you can find them on Twitter. So here's what we're going to talk about today. We'll look at the basic principle of accessibility and the guidelines of accessibility. We'll look at how to test if your current app is accessible, and we'll have a checklist of things. We'll debug a web app and find out what the problems are and where you can look for solutions. And then we'll look at some tools that can automate this work for you so you don't have to do it all manually. Finally, we'll look at a web app that has taken accessibility seriously and goes above and beyond. So first, let's talk about accessibility. By the way, all the slides are available already online, and if you're interested, here's a QR code. I've also tweeted the link out right now, and you can find it on Twitter if you're interested. Everybody has the QR code, and moving on. So what is accessibility? Now, I want you to take a minute to think about the last website you built or one of your favorite websites. Are you confident that anyone in the world can use that website? Are you confident that people who have limitations or are using assistive technologies can use that website the same way an able-bodied person can? Are you confident that all parts of your website are easily accessible? Accessibility is enabling everyone to use your site and to perform the critical actions easily. And accessibility benefits everybody. You may have seen examples of accessibility in your life. For example, when you're coding and your trackpad dies, and you need to connect, or you need to log in. So you just use keyboard to access the login screen. We've also seen accessibility features benefiting us in real life as well. For example, when you have a lot of suitcases in hand, you need to go up a flight of stairs, and there's no ramp. Or when you need to open the door and you have both your hands are full. Or in the night when you need to watch YouTube and your partner is sleeping, so you turn on closed captions. So accessibility benefits everybody, not just those with limitations, but building accessible experiences provides a great experience for everybody who's using them. What does accessibility looks like in digital or in web? In the web, when a person is using the web, they may use different assistive technologies to browse through your website. For example, somebody may be using a screen reader to read out the text on your site. And they may be using screen magnifiers to zoom your screen to even 20 times to see the screen itself. People who have motor disabilities may be using different technologies, for example, keyboard or selection switches, or maybe using a head tracker to find out where the cursor, or to point to cursor on the page itself. So in order to make sure we are building for everybody in mind, we need to consider the different assistive technologies people are using. You can actually access most of these technologies on your Mac itself by browsing to the accessibility shortcuts menu in Mac. There are more people using these accessibility tools than you think. According to World Health Organization, 15% of the population has some sort of disability and may need to use an assistive technology. In the US, 1 in 4 US citizens has a disability. And it's not just a feature, it's also a legal requirement for a web app to be accessible. In the UK, according to Equality Act 2010, your website needs to be WCAG 2.1 AA accessible. So let's look at what that means. This actually specifies guidelines that your website needs to be perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. What does perceivable mean? It means that the content presented on the screen should be understood by people who are using assistive technologies. An example of this could be you have images on the page and you need to provide alt text for it. Or if you have video on the page or audio on the page, you need to provide closed captioning so people can read them. This is also the principle that specifies that color should not be the only way of displaying information. The next is operable, which basically means that websites should be able to be operated by not just mouse, but by other assistive technologies as well, for example, a screen reader, for example, a keyboard. It specifies that keyboard focus should not get trapped, and the user should always have understanding of where the keyboard focus is on the web app. The next one is understandable, which basically means that the text presented on the screen should be understandable by screen readers. And it ensures that people who are using assistive technologies can use the learnings that they have from one website to navigate to your website. For example, you may have seen skip to main content present on most websites. People who are using assistive technologies have muscle memory built in because they've been using that technologies for a while. And if you move the skip to main content from that part to some other part, it becomes very hard for people to understand where that is and access it. So this principle basically guidelines that things like this should be on the same part of the website. And finally, robust, which basically means that assistive technologies should be able to parse your code. And this is why using semantic HTML is very important. And your code should work in every browser. There are different types of accessibility needs we have to keep in mind. A few of them are motor disability, which is when a person has which is when a person has limitation of muscular control and inability to use maybe a mouse or a trackpad, and they may have slow response time. Cognitive is when a person has learning disability or may have ADHD, and it may be hard for them to remember large amounts of information on the screen. Visual includes things like blindness or low vision or color blindness, and auditory includes things like deafness or hard of hearing. So that's Accessibility 101. And now, how can we make sure that our app is accessible? So while learning how to make things accessible, I came up with like 5 main things that we can keep in mind, and they are as follows. Semantic HTML, tab index, ARIA tags, role, finally keyboard navigation and screen reader. And to make that easier for us to remember, just think of Stark, or this guy, or if you're a Game of Thrones fan still, these guys. So again, Stark is semantic HTML, tab index, ARIA tags, role, keyboard navigation, and screen reader. So let's talk about the first one, which is semantic HTML. I think we all know what semantic HTML is, so I'm going to jump to the tips, which is a big tip that everybody says is use buttons for actions instead of adding it to div. So basically, instead of adding like an on-click handler to a div, you should be using the semantic HTML version of it, which is button. And whenever you have an anchor tag, make sure it has an href. Whenever you use images, make sure it has alt tags, and don't use CSS or font formatting only to use headings. And as much as possible, use the native semantic HTML elements to show content on your screen. But let's take a minute to think about what is the problem if you use div instead of a button. The problem is that when a screen reader encounters div and it has an on-click handler, the screen reader doesn't understand that it should operate like a button. So if it encounters a div with an on-click handler or just a div, it'll announce it as role or it'll announce it as group. So the person using the screen reader has no idea that I need to be clicking on it. So it could happen that they would completely overlook your button and go past that page. So that's why you need to have button instead of div on clicks. Now, what's the problem with not using correct heading tags and just adding formatting? The problem is that when a screen reader encounters a heading, it actually announces heading, then the text. But if you just use font formatting, the user has no idea that this is a heading and needs to be paid attention to. Another great thing about using semantic HTML is that you get free accessibility out of the box. For example, things like, let's say you're using select, you can use spacebar to select an item. Or if you have a button, you can use the enter key to select or to click on the button. So you don't have to actually build these things. You don't have to make accessible. You don't have to make them accessible. These are already given to you out of the box. Another great example is using a slider. You can use the space keys to move the slider around. So in summary, use semantic HTML. All right, the next is tab index. So if you're not familiar with tab index is actually used to set focus on certain elements on the page. So you can tell keyboard navigation. You can basically specify where keyboard should be navigating to or where it should be setting focus to. There is a really cool tool in Firefox that can help to find out or debug tab index, and I'll show that in a minute. It looks kind of like this. So you see the little black icons? zoomed in here. It tells you what the tab order of each element is, if it's interactive and focusable. A quick tip about tab index is to either use 0, which is for elements that you want to be focused by default, like divs, if they need to be focused, or -1 if you want to programmatically focus an element and target it with JavaScript. So -1 gets skipped when you are using it by default, but you can use it with JavaScript to focus on it programmatically. An important thing to remember in mind is to not use a tab index greater than 0 because it confuses screen readers. The next one is ARIA, and these are ARIA attributes. There's a bunch of them, and I only listed a few of them, which I've been using very commonly. ARIA attributes actually give extra information to Assistive Technologies to make them understand what's going on the page. For example, when you click on a toggle button and you have the ARIA checked set to on, it can help announce things. So let's say you have a mic and you set the ARIA check to true, it can announce the state of that mic. So you can say mic on or mic off. And it helps screen readers. R stands for role. There's lots of roles out there, but be careful though. If you can use a native HTML element, use that instead of using a role. The problem of role is also that you have to actually build accessibility on top of it. So if you're using a div and adding a role, you're actually not using button. Button gives you free accessibility. So use native elements as much as possible instead of slapping a role on top of it. And finally, keyboard navigation and screen reader. So test your site with keyboard navigation. Keyboard navigation basically means using your keyboard only to navigate your site instead of using the trackpad or the mouse. So a quick tip is to unplug your mouse or trackpad and see if you can access every part of your app through keyboard navigation. And check if your focus outline also stays visible and you know where you are on your web page. So if you want to remember those acronyms, again, remember STARK. And here's a quick checklist of things you can do before you release your app. So remember STARK, Semantic HTML, tab index, ARIA attributes, role, and keyboard navigation. Make sure that there are no keyboard traps and your focus always stays visible on your site. For anything that is an interactive element, provide an ARIA attribute and ARIA role, and provide explicit labels on what that element is. So for example, a video. All relevant images should be using alt attribute. If you have an image that you do not want to be pronounced, for example, it's a tick icon or it's just a presentational element, you can use the role equals presentation to skip that. And make sure that all your multimedia is tagged. You have closed captioning available for anything that is auditory. Text has sufficient color contrast, and make sure you run automation tests so you can catch anything that you may have skipped. All right, so now let's look at a few tools that are available. There's a bunch of tools that are available out there that can do most of this manual stuff for you and provide a list of errors that your app may be having. There's browser extension. Axe and Wave are some very popular ones. There's a lot of accessibility tools built into the browsers itself. Firefox and Chrome have pretty good accessibility tools. We'll demo that in a bit. There's also build tools that you can use within your code itself. And then finally, there's CI tools that can help you show errors when you have published your code. So before you release your feature, or before you create your PR, make sure you test accessibility. Use keyboard navigation to make sure that your content is accessible. Remember STARK. And check your app, make sure it's keyboard navigable, use screen reader, and use the automation tools to find out errors that you may have skipped. And finally, make sure that you're testing your app with real users. Code cannot catch as many errors. Code may even tell you that your app is 100% OK. But if a user cannot understand your app still, it's no point. So make sure you do user testing with real users. All right, so now we're going to look at a quick demo of a site that is not so accessible and find out the problems that it has and see if we can debug it. Going to mirror my screen. Perfect. OK, so I'll put myself on the spot. I built the site, and if you look at it right now, it looks visually okay. My design skills are okay. If you hover on an item, you can see that you can kind of tell what item should be hovered. When you click on it, it'll open as well. And there are some links, and there are some videos at the bottom. Now let's see what a person using an assistive technology would be seeing. So I'm going to turn VoiceOver on, and I apologize for the noise.
VoiceOver on Chrome. Shruti Kapoor, Google Chrome window. Shruti Kapoor, web content has keyboard focus. You are currently on web content. To enter the web area, press Control, Option, Visited, Link, Red Blocks, Main.
Okay, so watch for what things. Watch for what things the screen reader focuses on and what things it's skipping. So it's focusing on read blogs, and you can kind of see the outline as well.
Visited, link, send, hey, waving, visited, link, read all articles, main.
It's at the top of my blog post. That's cool.
Link, press Control, Option, Space, link, browse more talks, main.
And the next thing it focuses is browse more talks. So it actually totally skipped that section. So let's see what's going on. And this is a really bad experience for somebody who's using screen reader because they did not see any blog post I wrote. So I'm going to close VoiceOver and see what's going on. OK, so I've got Chrome open here, and I also have Firefox open here because I want to show you both the tools. So what I'm going to do is open accessibility properties in Firefox and open accessibility properties in Chrome. So you can find them here. Make sure it's zoomed in. OK. The first thing we'll look at is the accessibility tree. And this is the tree that a screen reader would be using to understand what's going on the page. And you can find that right here. Enable full page accessibility tree in Chrome. So when you click that, it gives you a little pop-up to reload DevTools. We'll do that. OK, I've reloaded, and you see a little man here, and that's how you can access the accessibility tree. This looks a little different than the DOM tree, but basically the idea here is like it'll tell you all the things that a screen reader would be seeing. So you may be able to see things like focusable true. So that means I can see this, and I can focus on it. And then things over here that are next being focused. We'll get back to this in a bit. So in Firefox, this is actually even better. In Firefox, it has these issues. It has this testing thing already built in. So what I can do is I can click on Check for Issues. And I found out that I was having keyboard issues, so I'm going to click on Keyboard. And now I see that it is giving me a few errors here. Let me see if I can zoom that in. Put that down. So you see all of these are problems that my content is currently having. I'm trying to debug this one, so I'm going to open this one and see what's going on. So I see that there's a keyboard issue here. Let's see what's the problem. It says interactive elements must be focusable. And to understand what that means, I'm going to open this link. But basically, it says that you need to have a tab index on your content, part of Stark. OK, so to do that, let's see what my content even looks like. So I'm going to inspect this. So if you see here, this is my box. I see that there is a div here. Now, our suggestion was to add a tab index. So you may be tempted to add tab index to this box itself. But remember, tab index should only be added to interactive elements. And the problem with adding a tab index to div is that div is actually not an interactive element. An interactive element is either a button or a link. So instead of adding a tab index to div, go down the tree and see what is our next interactive element. So if I look at the tree, it's an anchor tag here. Now let's see what the problem is. So I've got a class here, but I don't have any href. And so that's the problem. So with the help of this accessibility tree and a quick test, I can find out what the problem is. If I add href here, it will be able to tab onto it, no problem. All right, there is another really cool thing here which I want to show you. And that is a tabbing order, if I can find it. There. So it has a tabbing order here, and it takes a while to actually load up. But basically what it does is it will show me which element is being tabbed onto in what sequence. So it puts like a 1, 2, and like 4, 5 here based on what the tabbing order of each element is. And so that's super handy in debugging whenever you want to do, whenever you want to debug, suppose your element is not being tabbed onto correctly. So that's tabbing order. Let me make sure I've taken all of these. Cool. Okay. So that's how you can find problems with your web apps and use the browser accessibility tools to debug them. Now I'm going to switch back displays. Stop and extend this. Ah, shoot. The other one. Okay, going back to the presentation and play. Sweet. Okay, so some things that we looked at was fixing broken anchor tags. One thing that I don't know if you noticed was that when we were focusing, our outlines were visible because of the screen reader. So that's something that we need to make sure when we are using keyboard navigation, that our outlines are always visible. Now, there are apps that have gone to making their web app accessible by just adding tab index everywhere. But you can do a little bit better than that. There are a few apps that provide skip to main content, and that's a great first step. But you can do more than that. You can provide keyboard shortcuts for things that are commonly used by a user. And now I'm going to show you an application that has gone above and beyond in ensuring an accessible user experience. Okay, so let me play this video. Oh. Doesn't work very well. Okay, I am going to go back to main screens. And mirror them. Okay, so if you look at this video, I am going to use keyboard navigation to actually tab through all of these items. And you'll notice that it detects that I am using keyboard, and it shows me a pop-up saying, if you're using keyboard, then these are some shortcuts available. And that was really cool. I was very amazed to see this. But basically what it's telling me is that you can use this command key or command shortcut to actually focus in a certain section. We're going to look at how that works. So basically, what it does is, when I use command control left arrow or right arrow to move focus between sections, it'll stick the focus in that section itself. So right now I'm going to use command control focus. And you see, now it's in the left section. And now if I keep tabbing, it won't go to the messages section. It'll just keep the focus in that section. And that helps people who have problems focusing on a certain section, especially if there's a lot of content on the page. And you can think of like Slack as an app where there's tons of messages. So you may be, when you keep tabbing onto a message, it may be very hard to navigate to that message. So things like these shortcuts actually help people a lot in ensuring that the focus stays in a certain area instead of having to tab over every single interactive element on the page. And so now I can use my keyboard arrow keys to just stay in that one focus section. I can also use more than just tab index, and I can also more than just tab keys, and I can use arrow keys to go between other sections of the app. So for example, you may, like in Slack, one of the biggest things is writing a message. You will write a message, and now let's say that I made a mistake and I want to edit it. So now you can use your shortcut key, which is the E key in Slack, to go up a message and edit it. So that's how an app has been thinking about accessibility seriously and not just using tab keys to actually make everything tabbable, but also thinking about the most common things a user may be doing and making that experience better for a user. All right, so because this is getting harder, I'm just going to present from here. Cool. OK, so in the talk today, we looked at the guidelines of accessibility, principles of accessibility, the different types of disabilities people may have. We talked about Stark, Semantic HTML, tab index, ARIA attributes, roles, and K for Keyboard navigation. These are some simple tricks you can keep in mind to build your next web applications while you're building the web applications, so that once you're done, you don't have to go back and refactor and spend a lot of time undoing the work you did and redoing all of that work. So I hope this gave you a good indication of things that you can keep in mind. And if you're interested in following the journey forward, I'll be sending a blog post of everything I talked about today and everything in the future. And if you want, you can sign it up here. We can't leave before one final dev joke. Who won the debate for the best variable? Say that again. I won. Thank you so much, everybody. You've been great.
Woo! Thank you so much, Shruti. Would you like to take a seat?
David.
I promise not to hold you too long or ask too difficult questions, mainly because we're a little bit over time and people want their coffee. But let's do the top-rated question here, which I think is a really good question, and I don't know the answer to this.
Okay.
With alt attributes or ARIA labels, is there such thing as too much information? Like, how do you decide what to actually put in?
Oh, that's a great question. So I think one of the things, and one of the most common mistakes people may make is, especially if you're using semantic HTML, like buttons, you may add a role to it. You could do that. Technically, it's not breaking anything, but it's just useless work to do. You don't need to do that if you're using semantic HTML. So, yeah.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform. Or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, fuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Hesitating, kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model. and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, fuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital.
Nobody's here. Anyway, hello. Hey, ooh, this is fun. I love having a microphone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from coffee. Let's hear it for caffeine. Thank you. I am very lucky because I get, well, first of all, to tell you about this incredible discussion panel we have coming up for the topic that is very close to my heart, which is career tips and soft skills, with the wonderful Michelle, who you might have heard this morning, and with Aaron Fox, who is an absolute legend. They're going to be over on the discussion room where the arrow is off of this room. So if you want to go check them out, that also is starting now. But if you want to stay here, we're giving out presents. Woo! And by presents, I mean prizes for the raffles from all of our wonderful sponsors. So if you signed up to any of the raffles, you might be a lucky winner. So first, I'm going to invite Content.ai to come up and announce their winner. Drum roll, please. Thank you. Hello, Content.ai. What is your prize?
Hello. The prize is external drive. Ooh. Western Digital Elements.
How much storage? Come on, tell us.
2 terabytes. Ooh. That's a lot of content.
So many selfies. Yeah. All right, pulling them out of a hat. Here we go, here we go. And the winner is?
Steve Sims.
Steve Sims, are you here, Steve Sims? Steven Sims. It sounds like a The Sims character, like when you're uncreative and you're like, what should I name this character?
It's a Yahoo email, so it could be fake.
Do you want to just email Steve after? Or do you want to pick a new one?
Let's give him 5 seconds.
Steve Sims, where are you?
No, that's not you.
Steve, you've changed. Yeah, pick another one.
Pick another one.
Oh.
So it's Dan Pro.
Is that in pencil?
What is that? Pro. Can you read that?
Provolute. Does that sound like a name to anybody?
Is there a Dan that filled this card?
Dan P with the 2 O's at the end. It's in pencil. It's very light.
Wave your hand.
I'm going to say Provolute. It's like Dutch vibes. It's a little squiggly. All right, another one.
Alba Silverdi.
Oh my God! Woo! Welcome, please, winner. Alba would like to thank her parents for supporting her through this journey. Alba loves Content AI. Thank you, Alba. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, coming up next, Prisma. Prisma, where you at? Come give out free shit. Hey. What's your prize?
I don't have a hat, but I've got paper.
Oh, they're pre-selected. Definitely not sketchy.
Yeah, not rigged, I promise.
What's your prize?
AirPods.
Ooh, AirPods. Love it.
So
I'm an Android user. I don't know.
Jamie Timperley.
Jamie Timperley. Do you want that crisp acoustic goodness? Jamie with a Y. Timperley. That's a fun name. Going once, Jamie Timperley. Oh, sorry, Jamie.
All right, next one is Soslin Twive.
Sudland, you're here. Congratulations. You are the winner of some AirPods. Thank you to Prisma. Come on up. Sazlan would like to thank his mentors for supporting him throughout his whole career, leading to this great moment. Thank you. All right. Story block. Come on up. Story block. Block stories. Oh, look at all those prices. Story block. Oh, murmurs in the crowd. The drama. The suspense. I'm going to put this down. You need the names. I'm going to hold some of these up. Look at this. It's a keyboard with lights.
We have 4 prizes. 2 of them are for the winners of the 3days challenge, that are the Lego helmets of Star Wars. And then we have 2 keyboards, mechanical keyboards, for the 2 of the raffle winners. So the winner of the Lego of Darth Vader is Christian Kierstad.
Christian Kierstad, are you here? Woo! Oh, there he is! Come on up. You are a winner. Congratulations. Bram, bram, bram. I wish I had like one of those air horn things, like, bram, 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 you know, like in basketball games. Thank you, Storyblock. What a great product. Storyblock. Look them up on Google. All right, let's go. Keep going. More winners.
The second one is Spencer Newton.
Spencer Newton, are you here? Yeah, there he is. All right. Should we say the next one and then while Spencer?
Okay. The next one is Medaya Tariq.
Medeha Tariq. Medeha.
I think it's a sponsor, so maybe I can give you later.
Oh. Please come receive your prize. Woo. Free shit.
And the last one is Luis Jr.
Luis Jr. Where you at? We have your emails. We'll email you. Don't worry about it. All right.
I know who you are.
Okay, you can email them.
Okay.
Can you, is that good? Yeah. Thank you, Storyblock. Launch Darkly also has a raffle, but we'll be announcing it later at 5. So, like, keep an eye out. Cool. It is my great pleasure to now introduce our finest lightning speakers. It's a block of 4. They're going to be quick talks, and all of these speakers are wonderful. So without further ado, please welcome up Daniel Rios.
Hello. Hi everybody. I was not sure. I made so many slides. I had to delete so many to make it a lightning talk. Anyway, I'm here to talk about hydrogen and an early look at server components. This is me. I work at Shopify. I am part of the maintainers of this framework, which is made for headless storefronts. And what's interesting about the framework is that we use React 18, we use server components, and Vite. So yeah, I want to talk about some of our experiences with server components in the wild. Just for some references, like we already have some big merchants using them in production sites. Allbirds, like this is merchants that already get billions. Yeah, and this is another one made with hydrogen, denim tiers, and atoms. What is curious with hydrogen is that we give components so that you can build really fast these headless storefronts. And for example, this one was built with one developer, 3 months, and in average it takes it around 12 months to do this. So I think that's pretty great. And yeah, so they are all with server components in the wild. I wanted to talk about, well, rendering React, how it used to be. You know, at the beginning, we used to just have the components, and then we just bundle all together, and then send it to the browser, and then, you know, the person sees this white screen for a while until everything gets rendered, right? At some point, we complicated things, or I don't know, made it more interesting, having, you know, server-side rendering and hydration, and I guess now what happens is we send a server-rendered version of the site, and then the client bundle, and then we iterate it, and then it becomes interactive, but still kind of awkward. And I guess what we would like to have, especially for commerce sites, is something more like this, right? Like it opens, and I can buy immediately. That's why we are using React 18. React 18 gives you 3 components now, the server ones, client, and shared. And well, the client components is what we kind of already do, right? We use state, and we do this, I don't know, these functions, and they get sent to the browser, they get rendered there, except with all the adoration stuff that I talked about, that is, you know, all the magic. The new ones are server components, and these are very interesting because you do the same thing as client components, but the end result is that this is HTML that gets sent directly. And the final one is shared components, which is something that could be in the client or in the server as well. But I think the main thing that I want to talk about is client and server components, because the cool thing about server components is that, you don't add anything to the bundle. So you just send HTML directly. And the way we use them in Hydrogen is, we build them normally like any other component, but we also do queries to the database, and then we put them in the components, and the end result is just send HTML directly to the browser. So why don't we use server components for everything? Because we still need interactivity. If I want to buy a different type amount of products, I want to be able to choose that, and do a server render would be maybe too much. So just some of our learnings has been that, as we rolled out server components, not all libraries that are out there are compatible. So that's one issue that we've had. So sometimes you have to mingle around to try to make them work. A second learning is that as soon as we gave server components to people, they start to do a lot of data fetching, and this could take long, and then people are like, okay, is this server components supposed to make my site faster, but actually slower? But it's because we are data fetching a lot of stuff. So something that React 18 is giving is suspense. So what you will do is wrap this component that's very heavy in suspense, and the result is, for example, in this example, is everything is rendered, but that little part that might be a bit heavy gets later rendered and served. They are still hard to debug. Like when something goes wrong in the server with server components, it's still, we don't know how to take a look. There's still not enough tooling around, so that's something where it'd be nice to invest in. But still, the good thing about server components is that encapsulation is really great. Like I can still do the same as with client components and have like something like this and be able to just render things fast and be HTML and use them directly. So I guess the future of headless, I think, is exciting. We are having new things like edge workers, where we can have renderers really close to the user, so we can do server rendering really fast. And we have now a lot of hosting platforms like Oxygen, which is something that we have in Shopify. And because of that, we are starting to see Lighthouse scores that look like this, even with e-commerce sites that are highly dynamic and could have a lot of intricacies. Right, so conclusion for me is that server rendering will happen more. If you want to check it out, you can go to this website, adojane.new, and you can actually play with a demo shop that we did and play with the server components. And we are hiring at Shopify, so that's it for me. That's all.
Thank you so much. We're going to do a little quick laptop changeover. In the meantime, I have an important announcement, which is I want to wish everyone a very happy new Taylor Swift album day. For those of you who celebrate, it's finally here. We did it. So congratulations. I haven't heard it yet because I've been here. Thank you. Thank you to you two specifically. Come on, guys. Get on the Spotify. Remember that at the end of all these talks, we're going to take a little hour and a half break while they reconfigure all the rooms to make them into party mode and lights and snacks and drinks and all that stuff. So you can go, wander, have a drink, meet some people, say hello, come back for the parties, the activities. There's some cool like JavaScript DJing moments happening, which is always fun. Our next speaker is one of our London faves. Obina right here. Hey, babe.
Hey.
How we doing? You ready?
Yeah, I'm good.
I would like you to please give a very, very warm local welcome to our next speaker.
Hi, everyone. Wow, thank you all so much. So yeah, I have 5 minutes. So we're going to get right into it. I'm going to be talking about building full stack applications on the edge in 5 minutes. Right? Okay, cool. First thing, my name is Obina. I'm a weekend filmmaker. So if you see me with a camera around here, I'll ask for permission, of course. I'm up to a lot of things recently, and you can find me on Twitter at Obina Speaks. This is a picture of me before my hair like blew up. So yeah. So yeah, you want to build an application, but like how, right? Before we start to like talk about all the awesome things that are happening right now in the industry, let's take a step back and look at what like the most basic application would look like or would entail. You would have some clients, some web server that like interact with each other. You had like some, passing JSON around, or it got more complicated as you would go to like adding services. Oh, there goes my phone. Yeah. I like that you all laugh, because yeah, that's good. So yeah, services. We have services, and like all of these like connect to each other, and somehow like the more you keep going, the more stuff like you have to learn, and the more stuff like you have to add. And the basics of it all is that you have, clients, the client view, the front end, the API, some data access layer, some database, and some like error handling and stuff, right? But then it gets a bit confusing, because if you're like me and you just like writing front end code, and now there's like a bunch of stuff that I need to learn because everyone says it's cool, and then now I have to learn something else, and there's a new course, and there's a new tab, and there's a new tab, you're like, oh wow, how am I going to build that startup, right? But the thing is, the line currently in this industry right now, the line between front end and back end keeps getting blurry. I had this tweet by someone that I lost, but this is actually someone's 3 a.m. tweets, and it made me wonder, what was he doing up at 3 a.m. and why was he thinking about this thing? Maybe he's building a startup, I don't know. But this is what the line kind of looks like now. You have like front-end engineers like building full-stack applications, which I will show you one of my top secret applications, and then without having to learn how to scale a database or learn like some new stuff that they probably won't use only on a one-off project. And I like that this line now is some sort of a jump rope, because we're entering into a new era of web development. And we've gone from like having clearly defined roles to having people that build both front-end and like both back-end applications using APIs and services, which brings me to the point of like the Jamstack. Has anyone heard of the Jamstack? Show of hands? Yes, my people are here. That's good. If you haven't heard of it, it's about using JavaScript and like APIs and relying on services to kind of scale. So write your code, write what you can, deploy it, let someone else that has a bigger server and more employees like care about the scaling and all of that. And since we've started like using this new paradigm, we are moving into something else that's really like exciting, the edge. Da-na-na-na. Yeah, I needed to play sound for that. But yeah, we have the edge, right? Which is like this really cool thing that everyone keeps asking, okay, cool, I've heard about this, but like, what is the edge? Sunil had to talk about it. I will also just try to like explain it from the concept of like edge computing, which exactly means that data storage is now being like brought to the place where it is also generated, so that you have something cool that looks like this. So if you want to talk about the edge or try to understand it, think of like this little dots being like data centers, where like I can deploy like a serverless function or an edge function edge function now. And then you would have, when I deploy this, it just doesn't go to like a US East one or like some region and obviously have someone in like Singapore or like Lagos reaching for data from like a place in the US. Now it's going to be on a global network. This is just an example. The different companies have like all of these services like Fastly, Fly.io, Dino is also doing the same thing. This is just Cloudflare's data, the representation of what they have as data centers. And with this improvement comes the simple facts. Everything we do as engineers in some way or the other ties into delivering high quality experiences to the customers like around the world, right? With low latency. I forgot to add this, but my website is faster than yours, so yeah. And the thing I love about this industry is that we're never really doing anything new per se. We're just like switching out some old tires for like faster ones, rims that spin, and that's good. So some of the things that we've improved on is moving from something like moving from serverless to like originless, which is what I've explained. That's like deploying functions on the edge, better edge caching, and like all of those things, and getting like database locations, being more conscious about like where you're storing stuff, where it's being used, how you're delivering it to users, and all of those things, right? I have a very quick demo, and I'm going to show you something. If you want to like see what the application looks like, scan this. This is my very, very, very secret project that I'm showing you. So yeah, because, y'all have been amazing. So if the demo gods will allow me, I'm going to show you something very simple. So I have this application that really looks like this if you're looking at it from your phones or laptops. This is what it looks like. It's just like a simple chat, add some comment, leave a comment, like for a friend, all of those things. I had some of my friends test it out already. And this application is powered like with edge technology. So I have like some serverless functions, which if you've ever written serverless, wait, has anyone deployed like serverless functions? Show of hands, please. Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So yeah, you have like serverless functions, basically just like JavaScript deployed on like someone else's server. But in this case, this is deployed over like data layers, data centers like around the world. So if you're in London now, and maybe you deployed to Cloudflare's network, for example, there's this really cool thing on workers.cloudflare.com where you can see like the ping seconds that it would take for your functions to fire. So this function now, last time I checked, it was like 9 milliseconds away from where we are. So that's pretty fast. And if I sent the same application to someone in Lagos, for example, they would get it at a different, they wouldn't have to like fetch from like data center here in London. So like that's why the edge is cool. And then I have like a very simple thing I'm doing here, which is where I store like comments in like some KV store, which is like a key value store. And you know what they don't tell you is that these lights are very hot. So I'm sweating. But yeah, so I put in like oh, thank you. Oh, it's so sweet. So yeah, you put in like the information, like the comments and stuff. I store that in a KV store, and the way I'm using Cloudflare as a point of reference. This doesn't mean they're the only people that do it. However, like you have like this key value store like stored over different data centers. So I'm caching where the data is created so that it can be retrieved closer to that. But it still replicates itself. And then I also have like these functions that are deployed on the edge network as well. And if you scanned the QR code, you should be able to see like the code is on GitHub, it's open source. Feel free to leave me your comments. My TypeScript is not very good, don't judge me. But I also have this thing here called a durable object, which is literally, if you listen to Sunil's talk, the real-time like collaboration bits of what he did, you would see some use of this bit of code here. And yeah, that's like a bit of the demo I wanted to show, but wait, the final slide is the most important one. Thank you so much for listening, and may the force be with you.
Thank you. God, Cloudflare workers are getting a day today. While Sean sets up, I am getting a report now that there is also a Carly Rae Jepsen album out today. I know, and it's pure pop vibes. Sounds fun to me. I'm actually going to unplug my phone, which is charging over here. Boom. How you doing, London? Have you had a good day? I love you two so much, first of all. I just want to hear some whoops from the back. Can we get some back whoops? Ooh, that was more of like an ooh. Sean's here. Hi, Sean. From AG Grid, which is like, yeah, tables on crack, all that love. I'm kidding. I don't know the entirety of your I'm sure you're going to tell us. Big fan.
Thank you.
Take it away. Welcome, Sean.
Thanks. It's awesome to be here. It's great to meet so many great people, hear so many great speakers. My name's Sean Landsman. I'm lead framework developer at AG Grid. The picture on there is obviously pre-lockdown. This is post-lockdown. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our React rendering engine. But before that, I just wanted to give you guys an overview of what AG Grid is and what we do over at AG Grid. So in a nutshell, AG Grid is a table, rows and columns. If this works, there we go. So what we see there is 10,000 rows with 1,000 updates a second. The blue and the green and the red, updates are happening in real time. I've skipped a slide. So this slide is actually taking the simple tabular data a step further and adding enterprise goodness, because AG Grid is an enterprise component. So what you can see here are 10,000 rows, same as what I've just described, with 1,000 updates a second. But here we're aggregating by sum of the group children, sorting. So this is, again, 10,000 rows, 1,000 updates a second. This is all happening in memory, and you can see it's pretty seamless. So AG Grid is an enterprise component, enterprise features. We can take this a little bit further by adding some cool chart features. So this is included in AG Grid. It comes straight out the box. Very little coding is required. Most of what everything you've just seen, from simple tables, aggregation, sorting, charts, come straight out the box. Very little coding. You give us the data. You tell us how you want the data to look, and it'll work. So what's cool here is you can see that the chart is updating, the underlying grid is updating. It's all happening in memory. There's a huge amount of updates, probably more than most people would display for real, in a real application, but it's all there. So the way we like to think of it is AG Grid superpowers any application you might have. People often ask us, and I've had a few questions on the stall outside, is what the difference is between us and React Table. We actually have a great working relationship with Tanner at React Table because we don't see us as competing. We see us as doing two very different things. AG Grid has a UI. It has everything you could possibly require and probably a few things you don't even know you need until you've used it. And that's great for enterprise applications. But React Table doesn't come with a UI. If you want a UI, you have to code it. It requires more coding. But sometimes less is more. If your target is super lightweight table for the World Wide Web and SEO is super important, React Table is a great choice. It's a great product. If, however, you want everything all included, you want an enterprise application with an enterprise component, you should consider AG Grid. Both very good products, targets in different areas. Skipped a step. So one of the challenges we have, one of the main challenges we have as a library vendor is how do we support all the different frameworks out there without targeting and having multiple different libraries. So we've got one library and yet we support all these frameworks. Well, it occurs to us that all the frameworks do one thing ultimately, and that's DOM and CSS, and they have to because that's what the browser understands. So what we can do and what we do is we've got a core intelligence in AG Grid with a UI wrapped around it. And that's what that allows us to do, and this is a recent change in our offering because before we used to use portals, is we redesigned and rethought about how we do support for libraries. What we now have is a set of simple components that set templates and they set CSS, but they don't know why. The intelligence lives in a shared services, and we can strip out the UI and add a new UI, and in this case, we redeveloped the React UI. And what that enables us to do is the little dancing robot is a React component. And before, we would have had AG-Grid React, and we would have had a whole bunch of dynamic components within that. I'll pause it there. What we now have with our React UI is a React rendering engine, is React from top to bottom throughout, and all the components are exactly where you expect them. So my React comp up there is the dancing robots. It lives under a cell comp, which lives under a row comp, and all the way up the React hierarchy, which is exactly how it should be. And that makes it a native React experience all throughout. You get all the performance benefits and benefits of React, and all the intelligence and power of AG-Grid. And this is transparent to you, and it's a recent update, and makes a huge difference if you're using AG-Grid and React. And that's all I had. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, we've got a booth outside. We'd love to meet you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. That was great. I think this would just pop it there. While we do swip over. Come on, Christian. Start setting up. Just a reminder, if you are playing the coin game and trying to collect coins, we have this, and then we have 2 more talks, and then a closing ceremony, which you should stick around for. You have until this is for London, sorry, remote people. You have until the closing ceremony to go claim your coins at reception. So if you are in the game, make sure to check that out. Our next speaker, hi. How's it going? Is Christian from AWS, which actually is not an acronym, but a noise. It's aw, which is what people say when they look at their bill. I'm kidding. You ready?
I'm ready.
Big welcome for Christian.
Thank you. Just wait for the music. Hey friends, how you all doing? Yeah, thank you. So, quick show of hands if you consider yourself a front-end developer. All right. I think that's actually a very dumb question to ask because I'm literally at a conference called React Advanced. By the way, my name is Christian Wamba, like she already said, and I'm a senior developer advocate at AWS, focusing on AWS Amplify. But the reason why I asked you that question was because I had a follow-up one, and that is, how many of us consider ourselves as full-stack developers? All right. So the thing with this term is that, for me, is I strongly think I'm a full-stack developer. But the problem is I end up having this image living rent-free in my head. And the reason for this is we've spent a lot of our experiences as front-end developers doing one thing right, which is crafting amazing user interfaces for customers. But then you want to also do all of this other thing on the side that helps you become a better, quote-unquote, developer. So we want to be considered full-stack developers. And just like Obina said, blurring the line between back-end and front-end. And on the other hand, it's unfair to discount all your efforts because you feel like you are not good enough to be considered both a front-end and a back-end developer. And that's why today, just in a few minutes, I'm going to give you a lot of tools that's still going to make you look amazing before your peers while sticking to what you know how to do best and then having the best tools to help you do a better job at being a back-end developer. And speaking of which, I just taught a workshop for React Advanced a few days ago. And in just 1 hour, 30 minutes, literally just 1 hour, 30 minutes, I know some of you were at the workshop here, we were able to design, code, ship, and test a full-stack application with authentication and authorization. So, and that is just 1 hour, 30 minutes. And we were able to do all of this free of charge. Yeah. And this was all possible because of this cool thing called AWS Amplify. Now, Amplify can meet you at any of these stages. It can come right before you start working on your app, at the middle or towards the end when you just want to deploy stuff. But for the workshop, we started like way ahead from just like the first thing. We took a design. Now, this is the part that is going to blow your mind, so just put on your seatbelt. We took a design from Figma, popped the link from that design into Amplify. And what Amplify did was grab all the components in that Figma project and turn them into React components. Like, if you've ever done this in your life, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of fiddling with Figma, fiddling with styles, fiddling with Storybook to get it right. But in just literally like 5 to 10 seconds, every single component in your Figma project was converted to React components. And then the next thing we were able to do was to set up a database, model our database, and then bind data from that database to those components. So at the end of the day, all we just did was run an amplify pull command, which pulled all those components and the data model to a React project. And then what happens is all you have to do is just render that component, and that's all. And in as much as this is a very good thing, it feels like we are robbing control from the developers. Like we want to be in charge, right? And the cool thing is that every single thing is flexible. There are no black boxes. The actual React code are available for you to render them manually. And not just this, we're also able to use things like Amazon Cognito to back up the app with authentication. So basically, all you have to do is go to AWS Amplify and flip a switch, and then you have authentication available in your project. There is no setup required. There's no configuration required from Cognito. And then you all know the infamous S3. Same thing, just flip a switch, and you have storage configured for you. You just need to run a pull command, and then you are good to go. And all of this, it's easy to deploy everything by just running one command to AWS AppSync, actually, not Amplify. Amplify is just what helps you aggregate all of these services. But at the end of the day, you're deploying to AWS. You're deploying to AWS AppSync. You're deploying to DynamoDB. You're deploying to S3. You're deploying to Cognito. So Amplify is just one dashboard that helps you do all of these things without having to be both a front-end developer at the same time deal with the stress of being a back-end developer. And that's it. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. For that, we are going to move right along and thank our sponsor, AWS Amplify. What a coincidence. It's a complete solution that lets front-end web and mobile developers easily build, ship, and host full-stack applications on AWS. We know. You know? A reminder that you can ask questions to our speakers on Slido, sli.do. The code is 2124. And if you don't ask questions, I have to make them up, so please ask questions. Makes my life easier. If you need to take a photo, the QR code will take you right there. And so we have 2 more talks, and then the closing ceremony. And then it's party time, which is exciting. Our next speaker is Mateus, who's talking about deep diving on concurrent React, senior front-end engineer at Medallia. Welcome. Second to last speaker, I believe, of the day, which is very exciting, and I want all of you to give him a big welcome.
Cool. Yeah, mic works. So, hello, React Advanced. It's great to be here. Finally, one of my favorite conferences. So, thanks for having me. Yeah, we're here to talk about concurrent React. I guess it's going to be the second talk today, discussing a little bit of the internals of React. So if you love Tejas talks, you're probably going to like it, this one. Hopefully, it's going to be probably as fun as fun. So this is me. I'm a front-end engineer at Medallia. I also volunteer at Tech Labs, and you can find me everywhere as Y Combinator. And by the way, all the links for this session, including the slides, are available on this QR code, so if you follow up. And one quick heads up is we're supposed to be diving deep here. So whenever you feel like some content needs more discussions or explanations, look for this emoji. It means we're going to have further discussions. So cool. I'd like by asking you, so if you guys had to summarize Concurrent React in one word or expression, what you would go with? For example, we watched Tejas talks, and we saw that fibers are units of work. So if you had to do a similar exercise with Concurrent React, what would you do? So for that, I really want to have your help. So this is a QR code for you to input your opinions, and I have 30 seconds. So yeah, I'd love to hear from you. What do you think about Concurrent React? One word, one expression, what it's all about. And yeah, it's funny because 40 seconds sounds like a lot of time, but when you have to strike a conversation in the meantime. So yeah, another 10 seconds to go. I still see some phones. Okay, cool. So let's take one step back and talk about the main thread. And let's talk about what's running on main thread. We've probably seen that kind of stuff before when profiling our apps. Those are the long tasks, or what we see on DevTools with those red flags because they're taking too much time of our long thread. And the effect of that in our apps is terrible. So because here, in this example, we have some input fields, we have checkboxes, we have links and buttons. And basically, when we have long tasks running on our main thread, all of them are blocked. So our app becomes unresponsive. And you might say this is a virtually created example, but it actually happens a lot of there in real apps. And that's, for example, why we have things like rage clicking and other user behaviors that are reacting to that. And not only it happens a lot of there, but we even have metrics. So we have, for example, first input delay and other metrics that we've probably seen in Lighthouse or other tools that helps us spot when this happens and etc. And not only we have metrics, but we have research around that. And for example, slow first input delays can be 7 times worse on mobile devices. And not only this, but long tasks, they also delay TTI and other metrics. And again, on mobile, they can be up to 12 times longer than on desktops. And last but not least, on old devices, on old mobile devices, half of the loaded time could be spent on long tasks. And it's already bad when you say like that, but when you see some business outcomes of that, like for example, your conversion rate, it's even worse. So we get to the point where we want to avoid blocking the main thread. So how can we do that? To do that, we start discussing some task running strategies. So let's say we have 4 tasks we want to run in the browser, A, B, C, and D. We could, for example, go with a parallel approach. So basically, we have multiple tasks running on multiple CPU cores at the same time. We could have concurrency. That is, we have one single thread, but we quickly switch between the tasks to give the idea of concurrency. And we could have scheduling. That is pretty much like concurrency, but we have an extra piece of software called a scheduler, assigning different priorities to different tasks and organizing the whole thing. So let's start by the other approach, parallelism. So parallelism in the browser, as you probably know, happens with workers. So workers, they have a few gotchas. So data exchange is via message passing. So we have that thing called post message that you probably know. But the first gotcha of workers is that we don't have access to the variables or the code from the thread that created them. And also, we don't have access to the DOM. So making UI changes from a worker is really, really complicated and sometimes barely impossible. But we have 2 abstractions that we could go with when thinking about workers. We have actors and shared memory. So the first of them, actors, you've probably heard about actors from other languages like Elixir or other, especially in the backend, it's really common. So actor is an abstraction where each actor fully owns the data it is operating on. And they only send and receive messages, and that's pretty much it. And in the browser, we can think as, for example, the main thread is the actor that owns the DOM and the UI. But the first gotcha is that post message is a fire and forget mechanism. So it doesn't have any built-in understanding of request and response and tracking that. And the second thing is, okay, we offload code from the main thread to make things faster, but at the same time, this communication, because it happens via copying, it has a communication overhead. So we have to balance that, and also the worker we are sending things to, it might be busy. So that's another thing we should take into consideration. On the other end, we have shared memory. And in the browser, we have one type called shared array buffer. And that's really great because, for example, if we send a shared array buffer via post message, on the other end, you're going to get a handle to the exact same memory chunk. So that's great. But the thing is, because of the way how the web was built and how the browsers were built, there's no built-in APIs with concurrent access in mind. So because of that, we end up having to build our own concurrent data structures like mutexes and stuff. And not only that, but we're not doing arrays or objects or anything that we're familiar with in JavaScript. We're just handling a series of bytes. And someone could say, okay, what about WASM? WASM is great, and I agree. And that's actually probably the best experience we can get for the shared memory model. But again, it doesn't offer the comfort of JavaScript, and by comfort, I mean the familiarity. So a lot of front-end engineers, when jumping into WASM, there's a lot of learning curve. And probably the most important thing it's faster than JavaScript when you stay within WASM. But the more you have to cross over the line and do any DOM manipulation or anything that has to do with the UI, the more it starts to get slower. And then sometimes you get to a point that you realize that some of the fastest low-level WASM implementations might be slower than regular libraries like React, Svelte, or whatever. So before we move forward, I have to say, though, that there's a lot of interesting stuff out there happening with workers and WASM. So we have the atomics type, and we have open source stuff like Worker DOM and Conlink. They're amazing. And if you're working with web workers, you should definitely check them out. But it turns out that workers are amazing for data processing and crunching numbers and that kind of thing. But they end up being difficult for UI-related stuff. And it's sometimes harder than simply adjusting the work you got to do for a scheduler. So that's when we get to the second part, concurrency and scheduling. So back to the question I asked before. Fingers crossed, because this is going to be live. Hopefully it's going to work. So those are your opinions. So, okay, some emojis. Of course, concurrent React is about emojis. But, okay, async. Concurrent React is confusing. See that? So parallelism, pointless, render, priorities. I like priorities. So I'd like to show you and thanks, by the way, for participating. My take on concurrent React is scheduling. And I only have 20 minutes, so I've grouped a few concepts that I love about concurrent React. So we're going to be exploring quickly the heuristics. We're going to be talking about priority levels and render lanes. So, okay, we talked about workers, and we saw there's no workers WASM or anything related to parallelism. So what do we have? We have this cooperative multitasking model where we have a single interruptible rendering thread. And because it's interruptible, rendering can be interleaved with other work that is happening on the main thread, including other renders from React. And also, because of that, an update can happen in the background without blocking response to user input or that kind of thing. And one of the most interesting things I think is the heuristics behind that. Because React yields the execution back to the main thread every 5 milliseconds. And I admit the first time I saw that, it sounded a lot like one of those magic numbers we usually do in the front end, especially in CSS. But it turns out that it's smaller than a single frame, even when you're running on 120 FPS devices. So that's what makes that, in practice, rendering is interruptible. And that's really amazing. Another thing are the priority levels. So we see them in the source of the scheduler, but you can see them repeated throughout the whole framework. So we can see them in the reconciler package. We can see them in the renderers like React Dawn, and we can even see them in the dev tools. And basically, they range from immediate to idle, and each of them have different assigned priorities that are basically going to tell React when something should be done. Last but not least, render lanes, which are also amazing abstraction. And if you watch Tejas talks, you're probably wondering what that part of the code was all about. So render lanes are an abstraction built around bit masks. So one lane bits one bit in a bit mask. And in React, each update is assigned to one lane. And because of that, updates in the same lane, they render in same batch, and in different lanes, you get different batches. And the first good thing you get is because it's one bit mask, so you have 31 levels of granularity. And the other amazing things is that basically they allow React to choose whether to run multiple transitions in a single batch or in separate batches. And this whole thing reduces the overhead of having multiple layout passes, multiple story calculations, and multiple panes in the browser. Whew, that was a lot, right? And I myself, when I went through some of these concepts, I was like really, really mind blown. And for me, it was all amazing and really interesting. But at the same time, I couldn't not remember this talk by Kites. It's called But You're Not Facebook. So we're not building schedulers. We're not doing that kind of stuff on a daily basis. So how can we, like the other 99% front-end engineers, benefit from these on everyday projects? So this takes us to the next part, that is scheduling in React for the rest of us. So again, there are many, many scenarios where I think each of the concurrent features can be amazing, but I grouped 4 of them here. And the first one is when we have to handle a lot of data. So I admit that a lot out there, we saw a lot of examples that in the first moment they sound no practical. For example, we see how to find primes in our render methods and update that and optimize that with the transition, or how can we run complex algorithms for cracking passwords, or even rendering like huge stuff. And those examples are great for benchmarking and showing what you can do with concurrent React. But at the same time, it's important for us to remember that we front-end engineers, we render a lot of data points, for example, on things. Or sometimes we have to render things on a canvas, and we don't have off-screen canvas available. Or sometimes we just have to process a lot of data. So one example is a dashboard. So we are usually building dashboards, for example. And in this one, basically, I'm rendering the amount of visitors per day on the website. And as you can see, the animation is a bit laggy because of the amount of data I'm updating. And there's not a lot of magic in this component. I have a simple effect. I have some state and the non-change handler. So if I change that to use a transition, we can see that, for example, the animation is always smooth no matter what. And also, no matter how much data I have, it's responsive all the time. And I myself, when I first saw transitions, I wish I could go back in time. For example, I was working on an app about 5 or 6 years ago where we had about 100,000 data points plotted on a map. And not only that, we had to support searching and filtering. So back then, we used workers to do a lot of data, and we used Redux Saga in its utilities to optimize things, and even the bouncing, but it could have optimized a lot of it just using transitions. And another example was this app I was building 3 years ago, something like that. there was the game admin panel for an online game where you have thousands of players sending thousands of messages. And as an admin, you're supposed to search and filter all of those messages. So again, we had to fall back to virtualizing a lot of lists, and we overdid memorization everywhere with a lot of use memos and a lot of callbacks. But it could have optimized some of that using transitions. Another thing is tackling wasted renders. So we usually think about use callback, use memo, or that kind of thing for tackling wasted renders. Or even, for example, changing the props we pass using react.memo and that kind of stuff. But who's here seen use sync external store hook? Wow, okay, cool. So it's a hook that was first marketed out there as part of concurrent React for library maintainers. And actually, we saw some state libraries adopting that. For example, Redux itself started using it from V8, and Voltio, and many others. But this kind of brought the question, how could we use it? One thing we do use a lot is React Router, right? So I guess most of us are doing like React Router for, yeah, quite a few hands. So we probably know use location. That is a hook that we can get, for example, path name, hash, and other information about our route. But use location is kind of an over-returning hook. So it's going to give us a lot of information, even though we just need some of it. And if we use it like that, the result is, for example, you can see here that even though I'm just updating the hash, the path name components is going to re-render because I'm watching that hook. So how could we change that? We could go back to our original example and replace it with a new hook called use history selector. And I created use history selector using use history plus use sync external store. And now I can create selectors for path name and hash. And the result is that as I click now, hash is the only component to re-render. So I saved some re-renders. And this was a really simple example, but in a huge scale app, this saves us a lot. Another thing are the hydration improvements. So if you've been doing SSR in React before, you know that hydration could only begin after the whole data was fetched for the whole page. And this also affected how users interact, because they could only start interacting after that. And the other bad thing is that if you had a component or some parts of your app that loaded faster, they would have to wait for the slow ones. Now we have selective hydration. So now React won't wait for one component to load to continue streaming the rest of the HTML for the rest of that page. And not only that, but React is smart enough to prioritize hydrating the parts that the users interact with first, and that's amazing. And also, thanks to concurrent React, the components can become interactive faster because they allow the browser, because now the browser can do other work at the same time. And the final result for our users, for example, is lower first input delay or lower interaction to next page, which is also another amazing metric. And we even have people out there doing that. Versal, for example, they revamped the Next.js website using this technique. Last but not least, the new profiler, because not only we want to build apps, but we also want to properly figure out what's happening with our apps. So we have this scheduling tab that we can use, for example, to properly see how our transitions are going. And one of my favorite parts are the new hints that we have. So, for example, we can the profiler can see that we have a long task that could be potentially moved on to transition, and then this could be like an interesting optimization. And I'm really, really hyped about all these things, but I have to say that I'm even more hyped about what's coming down the line. So we're going to have I/O libraries like React Fetch. I mean, it's been out there for a while now, but it's going to happen at some point, I guess. We're going to have built-in cache for data for components to integrate with suspense. One of my favorite parts that is suspense for CPU boundaries. So if you profile your app and you figure out that some part of your tree is really going to take a lot of time, you can go ahead of time and then fall back without even trying to render. That's amazing. We're going to have more hooks for library maintainers, like use insert and effect. The off-screen component, that's also another one that I love, that it's basically a way to assign idle priority, as the ones we saw before, in your code to a part of your tree. Server components, which could be lots of other talks just to address them. And it's not a React thing, but something I'm really, really hyped about is the native scheduling primitives in the browser. So who's here has seen this API umbrella before? It's called Prioritized Task Scheduling. Cool. If you haven't, I would definitely recommend you to check out. But it's basically a more robust way to do scheduling in the browser, other than, for example, requesting idle callbacks and stuff. And it's going to be something that is promise-based and integrated directly into the event loop. And not only that, but it's aligned with the work of the React core team and other teams like Polymer, the guys from Google Maps, and even the web standards community. And this API is an umbrella for a lot of interesting stuff, like APIs for yielding execution to event loop, APIs for scheduling tasks, APIs for checking if the browser is busy handling some kind of user input, and etc. And we even have people out there using it. So we have, for example, Airbnb, Facebook, who was one of the major, or Meta, was one of the major contributors for is input pending, for example. They're also doing that. And even we have libraries strongly inspired by the spec of that API umbrella, like the main thread scheduling. That's a lot. So a few closing notes. The first one is, I'd like to start by linking this talk by Rich Harris. I love this talk. It's one of the most brilliant I've watched in the last couple of years. It's called Rethinking Reactivity. And in this talk, he says that React is not reactive. And yes, this whole thing's been out there for a while now. And yes, he's right, it's not reactive because of the whole nature of virtual DOM and how it works. But it is concurrent. And it might be enough for your case, virtual DOM. And a lot of things have been optimized well enough for a lot of cases, so that might be yours. Another thing is this quote by Guillermo from Versal from a couple years ago, when he said that React was such an amazing idea that we would spend the rest of the decade exploring its implications and applications. And I think that, for example, the fact that React is strongly related to this scheduling API, which is amazing, is one of those signs. So React has not only pushed other frameworks to the future, but also the whole web, and I think that's amazing to see. For the next conclusion, who has seen this recent RFC that is kind of the hot stuff on Twitter? Everyone is talking about first-class support for promises and React use, and yeah, some people have good opinions, a lot of different opinions about that. So I have one really simple example of code, and I don't intend you to read everything, but basically what I'm doing here is creating a really, really simple cache, and it's in TypeScript, and yeah, I'm throwing promises and etc. But I created a hook called usePromise in this code. And we can use that code. I know the font size is not the best one here, but basically I have this delay, and I'm using promise with any promise, and the result is it is suspending and etc. And when you see that, it might sound a lot like, okay, this is React use. So yeah, this is like, of course, a very, very, very simpler version of React use, but the reason why I'm showing that is that I really think that understanding those internals and the rationales behind them really helps us creating our very own abstractions. And this is really, really amazing. And one example is the first-class support for promises. Another thing is that scheduling doesn't necessarily mean better performance. Just like reactivity or any other strategies like using or not virtual DOM, it has its drawbacks. So because of that, it's always important that we keep in mind the cliche that there is no silver bullet. And because there's no silver bullet, it's important that we identify our core metrics and what's really important for us. These days, there's a lot of information out there. So you're going to see amazing people building amazing tools with a lot of amazing opinions. And I know it's really, really easy to feel lost amongst so many different things, so many different thoughts that all look amazing. So it's important for us building apps and even building our own libraries sometimes that we correlate those performance metrics with business metrics like conversion rates and etc. because that's what matters most of the times in the end for our users. The slides for this session are available on my speaker deck profile. The link was in the other link. And probably the biggest takeaway here is that I have stickers. So if you have opinions about scheduling, concurrent React questions, if you want to talk more about that performance, I'll be around not only here, but in the speaker booth and in the event. So that's all I had for now. Thank you so much for having me, React Advanced.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please step into my office. We have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions, so please join us as we get. I'm going to wait to see if any come up in the Slido. This is all very exciting. Obviously, it's the future. I'm curious to know, I loved that you showed us sort of more practical examples for the rest of us. Did your interest in this come from like stuff you encountered at work and then it was helpful, or is it stuff you've been interested on the side?
Actually, it was a very, very personal experience a couple years ago when So when Suspense was released, and I was watching the conference and etc., and we even had Jared Palmer and others presenting all it, and it was really interesting. And when I saw that, it reminded me a lot of something a friend of mine had shown me a couple months before, and I approached him after watching that. I was like, they just announced it. How we were doing that a couple months ago? And then he basically mentioned
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time.
A bunch of cool Lego and keyboards earlier. It is the world's first and only headless content management system with a visual editor, which is very cool. I love content management systems, and speaking of content management systems, Contentful is the leading content platform. Well, ask Storyblog about that. For digital-first business, thousands of brands rely on Contentful to create and manage digital experiences across any channel faster and at scale. I've used them before. I had a good time. I paid them a bunch of money. It was great. Remember, you can ask questions on the Slido at code 2124, and we'll ask them in the hot seat after the talk. And we are moving on to our last talk of the day. Please feel free to come sit up front so you can pay attention and be immersed in the knowledge. Our next and I believe final speaker is Nick Graff, who is the founder of Serenity and is passionate about cryptography, CRDTs, GraphQL, and React. He co-created several popular open source projects like Draft.js plugins and Polished, and participated in Stripe's open source retreat. He's very accomplished, and I'm very excited to welcome him on the stage today. Please give it up for Nick.
Hello. Woo. Okay, slides are there. Awesome. So today we're going to talk about the weird things about React. I'm Nick. Short introduction. Yes, I work on Serenity. We use, it's basically, think of it as like Notion or Confluence, but actually end-to-end encrypted. And of course, we use React Native actually in this case. So we compile to web and React Native, or iOS and Android app. And I'm also an Egghead tutor, so you can find some courses for me. And depending on who's asking, I'm either a consultant or freelance. Yeah, if you need some help, feel free to reach out. Enough about me. Well, not totally. Like, let's actually dig in. My journey started with, like, I think 0.12 or 0.13 with React, and that time was awesome. You know, you had this like create component class, and React was very clear, and everything was good. Really enjoyed it. Then 0.14 came along, and these were good times. And then came the first warning sign. What? Why not 1.0? Yeah, and but they made this blog post, this like really long blog post about why they're doing this, and basically explaining Semver and so on. And I felt like, okay, so they probably, I mean, why are they doing this? They must feel guilty, or they must see that they're doing something wrong, and they're putting a lot of dedication in it. And so I'm fine with that. Let's move on. And after that, the world was okay again, you know, 16, 17, 18, things are good. Yeah, the world is awesome. And one thing that I really loved about React was the official docs, twitter.com. And you can really find a lot of like great content there that you don't find on React.js or RG or so. Let me give you 3 examples. I'm gonna run through this quickly and then get to more weird stuff. So did you know that you actually can use the key prop to remount components? This is a fantastic one. You don't find this anywhere. Well, there's one place. So what does this mean? Like, short, brief example. If you hit this application, it's very simple, has a button, you can generate random IDs, and we directly put it on the sum component, whatever, has a key prop, and we put this ID that changes. But the thing is, if we change, let's say the content, the actual content is ABC, and we change it to GHI, what's happening is the component will remount. And like, when I figured this out, I don't know if someone told it to me or so, like, I was like, wow, this is a magic tool. This like, I mean, you probably shouldn't use it all the time, but like sometimes it's really handy. You know, if you have someone else's component and they actually screwed up the use effect, you can use this to like give it a fresh start. And of course, on the official docs, I learned that this actually is okay-ish to do. It's not documented, but they think like this is a use case where that's fine. So Sebastian Markbash mentioned that if you have this like main detail situation, it's good to use. I'm still not sure, because I think since it's undocumented, yeah, I don't know. I think people would not get what's happening and then might be weirded out. But the good thing is I replied, hey, why not add it to the docs? And thanks to our angel Dan, he replied, hey, he's doing it probably, yeah. And I don't know if you have seen them, but the beta docs, they are amazing. Like, they are so good, and they have so many examples and tutorials that you can go through, and they really like dig in one level deeper and teach you a lot. And yeah, this is basically half the solution of like how to use React. One more example. There's one more way to avoid use effect that David in the morning hasn't shown. And this is like flush sync. What you can do with it is you can run flush sync and then set some set state update in there. And what it will do is will actually like commit it to the DOM. But again, it's like before you paint it. So what you can do is you can use it instead of this use layered effect and scroll, for example, to the last message if you're having a chat application. So it's a quite nice. It comes from React DOM, so if you're using React Native, it doesn't work. But it's a nice little trick. So the main question is like, how did David not know about this? And the thing is, it wasn't on Twitter. It was on YouTube. But, so it was a coding session that Dan did, that was recorded, and then, so someone in my React workshop told me about it, and I figured it out, so I felt obligated to like, put it there. So I asked Dan, why are we not adding this to the new beta talks? And he replied, with a couple of good reasons why you actually don't want to do it. So Flush Sync might not be the right tool for the job, but at least now it's there on Twitter, and you can find it. Yeah, last example is about like, since React 18, you can return undefined in your components. And so basically, this would be a valid app. This is a valid React component now. And when this came out, there was this like line, I think it was a paragraph, and then a line in the commit log and so on. And I thought like, okay, but why? I really want to know like why you're doing this to me. Like returning null was actually completely fine. I really enjoyed the experience here and the API, and it made total sense. And there was nothing, no reasoning. Like, what the heck is going on? Luckily, Ricky, a couple days later, on Twitter posted, because people were actually asking what's going on, he replied, yeah, we'll answer this. And then again, a couple days more later, he actually did. And where did he do it? In the second thing that you start to read, because this is where often the why is explained now, the working group. So I think and the working group is basically where they like make the proposals, but you also find a lot of like content, and then in the discussions of the reasoning, why are certain things, why are API changes the way they are, and what is the reasoning behind it. So the good thing is like the whole documentation thing was weird, but I think we're getting there of like solving. And the beta docs are great, and the working group is an amazing solution to understand the why more. So let's move on. Completely different topic, composition. And the composition story in React is also really, really weird. It started for me with mix-ins. Who of you was there when there were mix-ins? Wow, not that many. Okay, so mix-ins were this like thing that you could put in your create class component, and it enabled awesome features like Angular, or I think we had to do it because of Angular, two-way data binding, so you could directly connect state to your input, and you don't have to go through this like cycle. Yeah, it was kind of weird, but yeah, and I actually didn't use it too much, but in some cases. And we had like memo before memo, a pure random mix-in, was amazing. But then something happened, another blog post. And what does it mean? Well, it's gone. So they figured out like, yeah, they think mix-ins are harmful, and goodbye mix-ins. So we're gonna deprecate them. Awesome. Let's update the code base. Where should we go to? The solution, higher order components. And I was totally hyped back then. Like, I loved them. This was exactly at the time where I really digged into functional programming. So higher order functions and all this kind of stuff, like, wow. The only problem is, like, if you build large applications with it, it got so convoluted and complicated, it was like basically completely unmaintainable. And it was good for consulting. I got gigs where like developers jumped off the project 2 weeks before the release, and then you could make good money with it, but maybe not for your own project. So there was no blog post, but at least there's an update to the README of Recompose, where it was announced that yeah, you should not use it and you should move on. So we got rid of all the hooks again. Well, almost. We still kept memo and forward ref. Memo, I understand. Forward ref, I wish it would just be part of it, but okay, I understand. We don't want to, or maybe, I actually don't know. I have to ask some of them on Twitter, then we learn why forward ref still exists. I searched for it, I haven't found it. So where do we move from higher order components. Yeah, we still have to figure out this composition. Well, we had to figure out this composition problem, and then we went on to something that I really, really, really hated, and that was render props. Oh boy, the nesting there. It was so painful, and yeah, I'm really glad we got rid of it. And the only good part that I remember, or that is left of this time, at least for me, is like I installed this plugin in VS Code that does colorize all my parentheses and brackets, because this is the only way to like manage the convoluted deepness structure of my components back then. So we got our savior. Everyone remembers this, hopefully. Hooks. I mean, what isn't amazing about them? Stateful functions. Who does not want to have stateful functions? You know, you can't loop them, you can't have them conditional. So okay, there are some downsides, but yeah, in general they're pretty good. Except when you try to explain that to someone like backend engineer that usually has working with stateless functions, which is like the normal default. Yeah, and they are not too happy about it, but then you're already very excited about the conversation and tell them about your non-extendable classes that you deprecated with your stateful functions. And yeah, if you then move on to JSX, you basically lost a friend because they don't understand at all what we're doing there. But hooks are great. They are very clear. They should be used in a React function. They should start with use, and they should not be used conditionally. Well, except on Twitter you learn it's all a lie, because you can use context actually conditional. The linter will scream at you, but you can. You should not, and I'm not encouraging you to do it, but you can. Okay, so the docs are solved. Like the composition story, I don't know, like it feels like I'm happy with hooks. I dig it, and the new proposal, as we just heard, also looks interesting. Let's see where we go. But it seems like we're not done yet. Change is still incoming. Let's move on to something completely different. Named exports. You know, I love my named exports, and I love like consistency. I love that all the teams that I worked with a couple years back were like, we all agreed like named exports is the best experience. The auto-completion for importing stuff is amazing because VS Code can really like, you just start typing it and it can find it in other modules and automatically imports your component or your function or whatever. And we had a consistent code base, and then React Lazy came along, and everything was screwed again, because React Lazy actually requires you to use the default export. And yeah, by then, at this point, so basically what happened is like, again, a lot of discussion in teams. How do we do this? Like, do we move everything now back to default exports because we want to have consistency, or only React components, and. A lot of discussions again. But this time you feel like, okay, the grass must be greener on the other side. So you start to look into Angular, and you start to like, which version are they actually using? And then you see 1, 2, 4, and you feel like, okay, it's the same story. Let's go back. So you go back to React, and you dig deeper, and you actually figure out you can actually use React Lazy with named exports. It's very clumsy, but it's possible. So maybe you still have your discussion about default exports on components, and at least in our case, this is what happened. But even if you have to, like, if you want to lazy load an external component that is just a named export, at least you can do it. It's amazing. Awesome. And yeah, but the default export still makes sense, because, I mean, if you use Next or Remix, they still want you to use the default export. So it makes sense to at least stay consistent. So that at least, but this little trick at least solved my problem in that case. So it's weird, but okay. Let's move on. Next big topic, TypeScript. I love types. I'm a big TypeScript fan. I love other things more, but TypeScript is great. So let's talk about the React types. Well, how do we type a React component? Obviously, it's very clear. You have React.function component, and in the type parameter generics, you put in the props. That's awesome. But then actually, it's too annoying and too long, so you rather want to use React.fc. And I really, really, really enjoy when there are multiple ways of doing the same thing. This is great. And I will soon put up a proposal in JavaScript that also adds aliases for function, namely fun, func, funky, and you can add yours if you want to. Yeah, so this is how you type a React component, except when you actually realize that a lot of TypeScript experts that are doing React tell you, don't do it. Don't do it this way. Don't use React.fc. It's like, okay. And the interesting thing is, the main problem that, there's some other smaller issues. Everyone has their concerns. But the one thing that comes up consistently is the implicit children. I will explain it in a bit. But basically what they tell you is you should do this instead. You should just type the function with if props is your props and that's it. Okay. So far so good. What is the problem then? Well, the problem then is if you're working with juniors, for example, and they see your code base, they just do what everyone else is doing in the code base, and then eventually they figure it out, there is React.fc. So they come up to you and they're really shining, they're happy. Because they have a proposal for the code base how to improve it, yeah? And they found something. And then you can discourage them. This is the only thing that you can do. Well, you shouldn't use it, and you start to explain it, and yada, 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 and yeah, you lost another half hour on nothing. But the thing is, and then this question comes but why does it exist then? And then the only thing you can do is just this. Let's move on to another topic. Yeah. But then the unimaginable thing happened. What happened? With the React 18 types, they also made a breaking change and they removed the implicit children. Wow, I was excited. It's fantastic. I was really, really happy. Why is this a thing? Why is this relevant? So let's say you have a component, and now we can use React.fc again, and you're using children in there. Now you explicitly have to mention it. I mean, you can still make it optional if you want to have optional children, but you also can make it mandatory. So what does this mean? Basically here, I have children in my component. Pretty nice, but if you do this here, so if someone is using your component and they're doing this here, TypeScript will scream at them. It's you need to pass in children. And of course, it doesn't make sense always, but if you're creating a popover or a modal component, the whole thing without children makes almost no sense. So this is where it's kind of useful, and especially the other way around, it's even better. If you're not expecting any children, you don't do anything with them, then you can basically explicitly tell, hey, I don't want children. If you pass this in, show me an error. So if you do this, it's all good. If you do this, as someone that is using this component, TypeScript will scream at you. Ta-da! Don't pass in children. And this is exactly my mental model of a type system. And I mean, you can also, I feel validated by reading Wikipedia. The aim is to prevent operations expecting a certain kind of value from being used with values which that operation does not make sense. Yes, we want to make sure that everything makes sense. Awesome. So this change was amazing. I enjoyed it. Perfect. Let's move on. And the best part about it is they even built a code mod. Who has ever heard of a code mod or JS code shift? Not too many people. So basically, this is a script that you can run over your whole code base, and it fixes all your breaking changes. This is the idea. And it's not actually just regular expressions, but it works on the EST, so it's pretty smart, and this makes it really, really nice to use. And that means also like it works like almost 100% of the time. Or it should actually be 100% of the time, except you're doing something really, really weird. Yeah. And what this did, so I ran this over my code base after upgrading to React 18. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And then this happened. So the script did this. Basically, going from React FC props, we're going to React. So we do a type parameter with a type parameter. Okay, I can live with that. That's probably the easiest way for them to move on and fix it. But there's one little thing that really bugged me. I'm not using children in here. What do you mean you're adding props with children here? Okay, so must be a mistake, obviously, the code mod is broken or whatever, and you start to dig a bit, and you see props with children as optional children again. And I feel like, haven't you learned nothing? It's like, why are you doing this to me again? It's like, at least name it props with optional children. This would have been just a little thing. It's just tiny details that I don't have to get emotional about it. You know, yeah. So I promised not to talk about use effect, but let's do one more thing about use effect. So we all know you should clean up your use effect because then it can cause problems now in the future, especially. I mean, this is clearly a memory leak, so. I want to show you something that I haven't proposed to my team yet, but I wanted to do, but time, and I definitely gonna do this. So I digged in, and one thing that I thought of is maybe we can enforce people to actually always write the cleanup effect, the cleanup function, because then it becomes more obvious that you actually should do it. So I digged into how can I override the React types. And I found this. Basically, I copied the React types directly from the React types, and I created an index.d.ts file, and this allows you to override the React module use effect, and this is basically the signature. And the thing that I want to do now is, I want to just remove the option to not return a function in use effect. So we just take away the void, and I'll show you in a second what this means. And then also, I felt obligated to actually fix the naming because, I mean, come on, everywhere in the docs it says a cleanup function, and here it's destructor. People will be so confused about this. So let's call it cleanup function, and let's actually call it use effect callback and not effect callback. Okay, and what this does, if you have this function that you have seen before that doesn't return this use effect, that doesn't return a function in the function, this will actually scream at you again. And yes, you have sometimes use effects where you actually don't want to do anything in the cleanup function, but at least in our code base, they are so rare that I think it would be better. So you kind of force people to actually do it. And yes, they could do this here, but in a code review, this is easier to point out and easier to find, and you can find things. So I think this is, I don't know if this will fly, but at least I want to try it. I'm having fun patching things, which makes me, I'm over time, but soon we're done. One more thing, warnings. My love and hate relationship to warnings. So, who of you has seen this here? You're doing a state update that is in a component that actually has been unmounted already and so on. And I think this is actually useful. I really enjoy this. I like this. This is great. The thing is, it's not great if it's coming from a package, because you can't do anything about it. Yeah? If you're already on the latest version, of course you can make a reproducible issue about it and yada yada yada. But it's still bugging your console. And I mean, this is a real world situation. We have been there for weeks. We were on the latest package versions with everything and so on. And this was our experience every time trying to debug something with console log. This was like 2 warnings. I was like really annoyed. It's like coming from packages, I can do nothing about it. Yeah? This is where it starts. Oh God. So, yeah. And then I felt like, okay, I have to do something about it. I researched a bit, and did you know that you can actually patch console log? Love this. And once I figured this out, I actually should have done the adult thing and like talk to my team and discuss with them how we can fix our warnings and hide them, maybe at least for some time. But then I created this script. This is a lot more fun. So if you put this in your code base, what does it do? Yeah, and you can then copy and paste it later. Just come up to me and I will send it to you, or post it on Twitter or so. So this script overrides console log, and after 702 milliseconds, it just clears it out. Okay, this is not perfect, yeah? But a good prank is it should be like long enough that it should be there long enough that they can see it and they're not immediately taking action, but annoying enough that it's like exactly that they're not taking action, and it's really annoying. And this is part of a good prank. And of course, I invested more because I really wanted to make sure people don't find it. So this is the same script, but written in a way that if they search for console, for log, or for clear, they will not find it. Yeah, so please take this. I put some effort in, you know. Please take this and prank your team with it. And if you make improvements, you know, I have some ideas, like if the content of the log is longer, then you can keep it around for a bit longer, and if it's shorter, then the timeout should be shorter. So if you do this, feel free to come up to me and like, we can do some code sharing. Let's embrace open source. Yeah, so MIT licensed. Feel free to take it. So, and then I went back to the adult thing, you know. So I actually found like, okay, let's talk to the team and we're gonna patch our console log and or console 1 and console error. And then I felt like, okay, well, I should do something for you as well. And I really need to release something at conferences this fall. So I created React Reduce Stress. Actually today we launched 2.0. And what it allows you to do is, there's an API, you can get this, you can import this function. So it's really on NPM, it's a thing, you know. You can get suppress console warnings, and then you can, for hooks, order unique key in a list, use native driver, this is React Native, or on set native props, you can actually suppress the warnings. And what does it give you? Peace of mind in your console. Excellent. So, last thing, for real. Who of you use a strict mode? Wow. Why? Okay, don't worry. Just kidding. But actually, what are the reasons? So, the first ones are just like legacy stuff. So, okay, we got rid of the legacy stuff already, so why do I care? Well, because of this double rendering, and yes, I understand, yeah? They want to bring in this off-screen thing, and they couldn't do the breaking change in between, otherwise we had 19, so it's better to do it right away with 18 and yada, yada, yada. But the problem, so this is basically, these are the last 2 points. The problem is people don't get it. This is like a real conversation from a friend of mine and me, trying to explain me that React in React 18 now renders twice, and he just lost a day, and then a couple of swear words that I had to black out. And I mean, he was frustrated. Yeah? He just uses React, and he doesn't read the blog posts and whatnot and so on, and he's just a user. And I thought, like, I mean, could we not have like made his experience easier? Like, what? Like, console log would have solved this, and we have console logs for everything, but not this. Come on, come on. I mean, even if you don't have the dev tools, we directly point to like you should install the dev tools. Come on, and not the warning. So this time I actually did the adult thing. I created an issue on the React on the React repository. It's there since a bit more than a month and no reaction, but that's okay. I can live with it because I have React Reduce Stress. So what I can do is, I obviously can create a new feature in React Reduce Stress, which, so let's import it, and then you will see it. We get we get Reduce Stress as a component from React Reduce Stress. We can add it as a component in there. And what it does is it gives you exactly this warning. It tells you like, hey, there's this double rendering, and there's a link to the official docs explaining you why this is actually relevant. And yeah, I hope this helps a bunch of juniors of yours to like not lose a day or 2 or 3. Let's talk about the features of it, because again, I put some love in. It comes with SNDS, never heard of it? Yeah. Strict mode detection system. Strict mode detection system I stole, or like, it's open source. I got directly from the React code base. What are they doing? They're catching console logs to figure out if you're actually in these tests, if strict mode is active. So I took the whole thing, basically used it in Reduce Stress, and yeah. More love I put in, it actually has dark mode support, so the red color on the log is different. And it has support for modern browsers, so no Internet Explorer or Safari. Yeah, and that basically leads me to the conclusion of today. What should you take away from all of this weird mumble-bumble that I came up with here? Like, you should read the new docs. You should read the working group, because it's really, really helpful. You should definitely like honor me in like pranking your team with a console log update. And you should install Reduce Stress. This gives profit. And about me personally, I mean, React is really weird in some cases, but I learned a lot on the way, and it actually has been quite a ride, and I will stick around for a foreseeable future and continue to rant and patch things and have fun. I'm Nick Graf. I hope you enjoyed this talk, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Nick. That was incredible. We do not have time for an in-person Q&A, but Nick will be at the speakers room and hopefully at the party later and on the internet, presumably. Yes.
I'm on the internet.
Thank you so much. You're free to go. I loved that. All right, Clicker friends, please join me on stage. It is time to wrap this up. If you're remote, hang tight. This is just your halfway point. In person, it is time to wrap this up. Click it again.
Oh, one more. Oh,
one more. Yes. Remote audience, don't go away. You have a break. Have a cup of tea. Stick around. The second half will be coming to your screens after this. In-person people, you've made it. We did it. Do we feel good? Did we learn a lot? Yeah. Are we gonna download Reduce Stress? All right. It is time for the prizes of the treasure hunt. Yanni, will you do the honors?
I have no idea what's going on, so could somebody else please do this bit?
We have one winner, but we want to give away more prizes.
High-performance 100,000 rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, fuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform. Or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Good morning, folks. It's good to be in London, and also welcome everyone on the live stream. Me and my family last summer did the most British thing ever. We went to the Lake District, and there we had our own little Leave or Remain campaign. That resulted in the Brexit. Sorry for that. So sadly, I'm not living in London anymore. But we definitely had the greatest year here. I'm so happy to be here. The committee asked me to talk a little bit about having a career as software engineer and sharing some lessons I've learned along the way with you. I've worked for a couple of years at a startup called Mendix. I've been working for a couple of years now at Meta. And I also had my consultancy business for a while. But most people will probably know me from all the open source business happening, like with Emer and Mobix, and a bunch more. And so I will share some of the personal lessons about it. So probably you don't need them, but I needed them, so that's what I talk about. And when I think about software engineering careers, you can basically think in those 3 different directions. I wasn't really interested in the top one, so I won't be talking about that one. And since I think it's fairly awkward to talk a lot about myself anyway, I'm going to talk also about this guy. And I'm just wondering, we have a lot of British people in the room, so you ought to know who this is. Can I hear a shout? Yes, exactly. It's Heisenberg, Kingdom, Brunel. It's probably the most famous engineer ever. At least he has the best name and the best outfit. So we'll be talking about him a bit as well. And so the first big lesson I had to learn is that code will be imperfect. Fresh from university, I was always like, I'm going to build this perfect stack, use the best library for UIs. Today, that is React. I will use the perfect ESLint rules that mold my code in something that is very idiomatic. Sadly, after a while, you learn that reality kicks in. There's always those annoying customers that ask for features that don't fit in your abstractions, and things get ugly over time, or our people don't get exactly what you're doing. So the first big lesson, I think, to grow as an engineer is to learn that code will be imperfect. In fact, you could even say code is not just imperfect, it's just a byproduct of what you're trying to achieve. In short, code is perishable. And Brunel is a great example of thinking about perishable concepts. For example, someday he had this wonderful idea of, like, why does a coach need a locomotive in front of it? What if we just put it on a pipe of air, put some pressure on it, and move the wagons back and forth? So basically, he invented the Hyperloop, and it was like roughly 200 years ago. And he built it, and it worked, but it didn't work well enough. So he was satisfied, and he, after half a year, they gave up on the idea, and they took the distance from it. And I think that's often an important lesson we have to learn as engineers, that we're not too attached to the things we build, how we implement it. I've seen quite some conflicts over time where people were like too built in to the way they solved the problem, and they were having all kinds of fights over basically nothing, like semicolons or something. So we have to be slightly detached from whatever we're building. And it has also upsides. A while ago, I was asked to look into this product that was built by a very different department, and they wanted to scale it up across the organization to multiple departments. And I looked at it, and it was pretty okay, but it wasn't entirely semantically correct. It could be faster. And so I went to the original team that was like already maintaining it for 2 years, and I was very hesitant about it because I wanted to basically propose to rewrite the core of the thing. But I made my case, and actually, to my positive surprise, they were really happy with it, and it resulted in a really good collaboration. But the only way that could have worked is because they didn't feel too attached to what they were building, and they were still having a clear sight on what they were trying to achieve rather than what they were writing. Similarly, I also try to keep the fact that code is perishable in mind when I'm reviewing PRs from other people. And the reason for that is, basically, I want to make concessions on solutions rather than on relationships. Most code lives for maybe a couple of years. Relationships in business can last longer. So I want to make sure that, like, whoever the person is I'm interacting with on the other side of PR, we do maintain our relationship. Sometimes people won't solve problems exactly the way you would do, I would do. Everyone approaches things slightly different. And I think that's fine, and if there's too much risk, you can make a mental note of it. But in general, I think we have to care about relationships around the code a lot. And I think that builds long-lasting relationships. Or to slightly paraphrase someone more famous, love code a bit and others as yourself. That reference was too subtle. The other way to deal with imperfections is to think about testing. The code will be imperfect, so we have to have a clear testing story. Sometimes I see, especially in the Scrum world, that people bring up testing as a separate story. I don't think that works. That makes it a management problem, while it's basically an engineering problem. It's your judgment call to figure out whether you want to test something or not. Tests are always an estimation of what is the effort versus what is the risk being covered. And as your product lives longer and becomes more successful, the risk will automatically increase, which also will justify making more cost. But I see many cases where people don't go through the initial hurdle of setting up enough tests to make it cheap to add more. The first tests are really hard and expensive to write. The more you write them, the easier it becomes. You have more test data, etc., etc. So just work on a culture where that's the default. But again, testing is also imperfect. So one thing you can really distinguish yourself as an engineer is becoming really good at debugging. And I think this is an often underestimated skill. So a few really practical tips around that. One is a lot of people still use console.log as debugging. I don't think that's a very good approach. I don't have anything against console.logs. It's just you don't need them. The tooling nowadays can handle that for you. Take, for example, the Chrome developer tools. You can just, in your browser, go to a source file, figure out the thing you want to inspect, and add a log point dynamically over there. It saves you the recompilation, the reloading step. It just adds a live console.log statement for your code without changing it. And it's much faster, and I'm always surprised how few people know about it. Welcome. So yeah, this is not very clear advice, but it's so practical. Here's the benefit. Here's a more complicated scenario. Often we're trying to figure out how did we end up in the state. For example, why is the plugins in the state where I didn't expect it to be? One simple trick to find out where that thing is being changed is simply wrapping a getter and setter around it. Put a debugger or a breakpoint in the setter, and you exactly know where a change is coming from. Very simple, very practical. But the most important debugging tip I have for you is to basically just let it go. What I mean with that is that, like, if I'm running for a couple of hours into a problem and I cannot put my finger on it where it goes wrong, I stop trying to solve the problem. And instead, I go to a different kind of mode where I just start observing the system. I interact a bit with it, quite at random. I browse a bit through the source code. I go a bit through the logs. I don't really try to understand it. I just try to get information in my head. And then I let it go away, do something else, go home, sleep well. And there's so often those moments where you wake up the next day, or the moment you step out of the tube, and you're like, oh, of course, this system is probably sending messages over there, and it's going there, and then something very complicated. But your subconsciousness is really smart, and there's tricks to learn to leverage it. So that's the first part, about learning to accept that code will be imperfect, and we better set ourselves up to deal with it. So I basically think when code is perfect, you probably had too much time on your hands. The only cases where I could get close to quite perfect code is when it was on open source projects, because it was my time. I had to justify it to anyone, well, until I had a family. And then you can get to perfection, right? But there's no customers, at least not initially, you have to satisfy. So you can jack shave at your heart's content. But the second lesson I had to learn is that, like, not just my code will be imperfect, also, at some point, your knowledge will become incomplete. As a senior engineer, we can often have this domain where we very specialize that. We know exactly what's going on. If someone comes with a request, we know where to go to fix it. But then, maybe we grow to something bigger. let's take the Great Western Railway as an example. I think it still runs from Paddington Station here to the west of the UK. But here's the interesting thing. The company was established in 1833, and our guy Brunel was involved in it as well as an engineer. And so this is one of the ads of the Great Western Railway. And I've seen some outrageous software ads, but this one is an interesting one as well. It talks about a train from New York to London. Last time I checked, there's a small puddle in between. And here's another one. The Great Western Railway features a ship. That's strange, right? But this was the vision the company had. The western part was about the west of the UK. It was about going to the United States, to the Americas. And so they basically established a vision which has like many unknown parts in between. You don't only have to figure out how to do the railway stuff, also how to do the shipbuilding stuff. And actually, Brunel knew about that as well. It's quite an amazing guy. But I think that's an exception. So often, when we try to set out a bigger vision, we're starting to rely on other people filling in the gaps where we don't know all the answers. And at first, when I started to grow from senior engineer to a tech lead, and I did it at both companies, it felt very uncomfortable because like you don't know about the problem domain and you have to rely on others. But then I discovered this interesting thing. It's also extremely satisfying that you don't know about something. You set up a vague direction, you put out this idea, I think this server can talk to that system over there, not sure how, but it can achieve something. And then someone builds it, and that's even more satisfying than doing it on your own. It does change a few things though. So where your favorite tool as an engineer could very well be VS Code, suddenly you start using other Microsoft products. But that's the transition into tech leading. Another interesting lesson I had to learn here is that infrastructural projects, whenever you have a vision for a new project, that's always a catch-22 problem. And it often goes like this. Your customers are like, oh, I'm very excited about your project, sounds really cool. However, if the technology was mature, I would be using it. And you're like, yeah, if you'd use it, it would be mature. I need customers to make this mature and have good test cases, etc. And so you have this catch-22 where you try to find adoption for something that still is very imperfect. And the only way I found to deal with that is just taking all the ugly shortcuts you can find. It's not a satisfying answer, but if I have to build a new UI library and my first customer needs a checkbox and not a radio button, I give him a checkbox and not a radio button. That's just a shortcut I will take. And 2 years from now, someone will say, like, how can this be a serious UI library? It doesn't have a radio button. That's so stupid. But that's often because people miss the context that there was a time where the thing wasn't established yet. And they just take its existence for granted, and then you have different expectations. It's like building Paddington Station, right? That wasn't the first station to be built. It's a beautiful one, but first you have to prove the concept of a railway and a station with something ugly in the neighborhood of Liverpool before you tear down half of the city of London. And so this is actually a real-life case from this. This was a slide I received last year, and it talks about this project. We started in 2010, which was basically an enterprise service bus. I'm not sure why we didn't use something existing, but we built it our own. Right? We wanted it to be perfect. And then 4 years later, the company grew so much that the scale became too large, and we were like, okay, this is risky, it's a single point of failure, we should get rid of it. And then I received this slide another 7 years later, where they had finally migrated it out. And people, so I left the code base like riddled with comments like, over here, in this and that case, this will eventually break down. And there were quite some of that. And it happened in quite a few cases where people started debugging a problem, ended up in a comment, and were like, oh, he knew about it already, why didn't he fix it? But that's the catch-22 problem. And so all those comments with temporary solutions, which are very permanent, will also be eventually consistently true. So it's a lot about the things you don't do, the problems you don't solve, solutions that you don't build yourself, even abstractions you don't build. So maybe at this point you're like, okay, this is a little bit of a sad story. Code will be imperfect, I have to accept that. My knowledge will be incomplete, I have to accept that. It's no wonder our industry has such a bad rep. Like, look at those civil engineers. They design Elizabeth line, very complex, very big, and yes, they go over time, and they very much go over budget, but right, they don't think halfway through, oh, let's use this new framework and build a Hyperloop instead, right? They have a plan and they execute on it. But to just leave you assured, we will be okay, and I'm going to explain why with a last quote from Brunel. So remember, that guy was building bridges, and if he did it wrong, people would die. That's basically what happens if you're building bridges. And so he had this quote about bridge building. I am opposed to laying down of rules or conditions to be observed in the construction of bridges, lest the progress of improvements tomorrow might be embarrassed or shackled by recordings or registering as law the prejudices of errors today. He was also quite elegant as well. But he's basically saying, like, civil engineering was young at the time as well. They didn't have everything figured out, and so they didn't want to chain themselves up. So please keep that in mind next time you add a new ESLint rule to your config. Thank you.
Yay! Thank you so much, Michelle. Before I invite you into my office for a couple of questions, I want to remind everyone that you can go on the Slido, sli.do, with the code 2124 and put in your questions for Michelle, which we'll ask him. Please step into my office, sir. Isn't this nice? It's like a little talk show. I feel very Oprah right now. How you doing?
Good, pretty good.
Yeah, thank you for that talk. That was very interesting. The first thing I want to start talking to you about is teams. I think a lot of what you talked about applies a lot in the real world to people who work in teams. Also, sometimes open source people are teams. How, in a team, can you be as generous with others' code as you are with either your own or yourself? Like you said, it's not perfect.
I think often you have to build a trust relationship, and that means that, like, the more you know someone and the more you trust each other, the more feedback you can leave. And Meta, we have the saying, like, feedback is a gift, and it truly is, but it only becomes a gift once you start to appreciate it. So when you're reviewing code and someone is either new to the team or new to the open source project, the first thing you try to figure out is, like, what part of this code is actually risky, right? Which would break the product. That's what you comment on first. Then if it is there, not too much there, then you can go into the more nitty stuff. And how much of that you leave, I think primarily depends on how long you have been working with this person. Sometimes I'm like, okay, I have already 10 comments on this PR, I leave it with this. I would have done even more things slightly different. But hey, I can also bring it up another time, or keep just a mental note in the back of my head and come back later if it becomes an issue. So not all feedback we have has to be expressed.
That's a great point, and actually relates to one of the questions we got through Slido, which is Michelle. As a software engineer, would you also read or modify code from other engineers? And do you have any learnings there besides writing your own tests and your own code?
Oh yes, definitely. I think people should feel very free in the company in general to touch each other's code. Like, you don't own code, it's not yours. It should make sense to everyone. And if, well, I mean, don't rewrite a piece of code of someone else just because you don't like the style of it without achieving anything. That will be very annoying and not be good for relationships. But I think in general, files shouldn't have ownership of a person, right? It's a team that owns a piece of code.
Would you say, you know how there's like two types of people? the people who are like, if it works, let it in. And some people are like, no, let's be consistent so that there's certain elements of style and the team can all know. Which side of that spectrum are you on?
I've been always fairly pragmatic, I think, but I've definitely gone over time more in the direction of like, it works, let's leave it in, right? I've become to more and more realize how short-lived code actually is, how perishable it is. So you can change.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind.
There's a bunch of seats up here. If anyone wants to come up, it'll make the pictures look better. You'll be famous. It'll be great. Also, you'll be able to see and hear better. You're welcome. Be closer to me. Anyway, before we bring on our next speaker, I want to give a little shout out to one of our main sponsors, AG Grid, which is the world's largest JavaScript data grid. It's actually very powerful. It has support for React, for Angular, for Vue, and for Solid. And it'll make your applications look great, especially if you have a bunch of fucking tables. So let AG Grid do the hard work, and you can take the credit. Thank you for your support, AG Grid. Yeah. And as a reminder, while the talk is happening, you can ask questions to our speakers on our Slido. Our code is 2124. You can remember it because 21 is today's date, and 24 is the second day of the conference. Yep, type it in. All right, I have the great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is joining us all the way from America, totally not jet-lagged, I'm sure. David Korshit, who is a software engineer who loves playing piano, which is brand new information, which I didn't know at all. Definitely not a brand. David is the founder of Stately, which is a startup focused on making even the most complex application logic visual and accessible to developers and non-developers alike, which is something I think is very valuable. So I would like to please give a very warm, London, excited welcome to David.
All right, hello everyone. My name is David Korshit, and my slides will be showing up shortly. I'm sure, oh yeah, there it is, okay. David Korshit, I'm at David K. Piano pretty much everywhere. I'm very excited to be in London. Again, I work at Stately.ai, where we think a lot about state, logic, and effects, but enough about me. If I keep going, then this talk is gonna last longer than your next prime minister, so let's get on with it. Okay. So, of course, I work at Stately, and one of our engineers, Matish, you might have seen him. He's in your NPM, your node modules, I guarantee it. He's one of the most talented developers I know. Yesterday, he created a PR where he asked, am I 100% confident in this fix? Hell no, it's based on use effect. So we're going to be talking about that today. Our favorite hook, use effect. But let's start from the beginning. Who remembers class components, right? So, yeah, some people really want them back, so do I. All right, so in this example, I remember that, when React came out, I was very excited for it. I'm like, wow, this is going to change everything, and React did change everything on every single render. So over here, we're doing what most components do, or what most React developers do, which is fetch data and show it on the screen. Admit it, that's 90% of your job. But, we had a nice, convenient little life cycle hook component did mounts to do that in. But now things are different. We have use effects. So I remember I learned about use effect in 2018, and I was very excited to use it because I'm like, wow, this makes things a lot simpler. So instead of making these big, bulky classes, we have these hooks that we could put things in. I wanted to fetch data. It was 2018, so I wanted to use new JS syntax, and it was an effect, so I put it in use effect. Tried this, React yelled at me. It said, listen, this async await stuff, it's fancy, but you cannot use it like that. You have to, it doesn't infer that, hey, I don't know what to do with this promise that you returned from use effect. So we had to do things like it was 2015 and use .then. So I fetched some data, then I set the data. I'm like, this is simple. I just put it in the use effect, I get my data, I'm good to go. Right? Wrong. Guess what happened to my AWS field the next day? Yeah. So this, by the way, it will keep fetching and fetching and fetching, and it really won't, React won't tell you that, hey, this is going to occur as an infinite loop. All right, so at this point, I'm like, okay, maybe I should read the documentation a little bit. So I scrolled all the way down, and so there was a tip. It's just a tip. This very crucial bit of information is a tip in the current React docs, optimizing performance by skipping effects. And so I learned that you're supposed to use this little dependency array, and since this didn't really have any dependencies, you just put it empty like that. If you look at it sideways, it sort of looks like an agonized React developer screaming into the void, so yeah. All right, so I learned my lesson. I learned what the dependency array is for, and so everything was good, right? Well, now I discovered that we have something called a race condition, because when I fetch something with an ID, and then I decide, you know what, I want to fetch something with a different ID. If that ID is cached, then that promise is going to resolve first, while the first one is still going because we didn't cancel it. So now we have to do the dance. This is a dance that so many of you have done before, and that's having this is canceled false flag, or React calls it ignored in the official documentation. And then you have to make sure that we haven't canceled this promise. You have to have a cleanup in there, and you have to do all this. So some of you just copy paste this. Some of you put this in a use promise or a use async custom hook, which is totally fine. And this worked well for a while, until React 18, where effects execute twice on mounts. So when I first discovered this, I didn't know it was a React 18 thing. I'm like, am I doing something wrong in my code? What did I do? Did someone change something? Was it the Tories? I have no idea. So what's actually happening over here? So I looked it up and saw, okay, we mount an effect, and then React is actually simulating an unmount, and then React is remounting it again. But I was wondering, why the heck was it doing that? And so I did a lot of digging around. I was looking at the second official React docs, which is random Twitter threads by the core maintainers. And I realized that, use effect, it was just, it felt like a defective thing. I'm like, we really, really shouldn't be using it, and the more we use it, the more we feel like this, right? But of course, I calmed down a bit, researched a bit more, learned about how use effect works. And so the answer might surprise you. It doesn't. It doesn't for many effects, okay? It actually does work. But there's many telltale signs where you could see, okay, maybe I shouldn't be using a use effect. First of all, React 18's double exec, that thing that it does only in strict mode and only in development environments, this is an eviction notice, basically. when this happens and part of your app breaks, it's basically React telling you, you shouldn't be using this effect inside of useEffect. Also, there's other symptoms like long dependency arrays. When you have complex conditionals inside of your effects, if you're missing cleanup functions, or if those cleanup functions themselves are conditional, or you might have ad hoc set state calls just littered throughout the place. These are all pretty telltale signs, or side effects that might indicate you're probably using useEffect wrong. So, okay, which effects then should we be using in useEffect? In the new React beta documentation, which I'll give a link to later, they say that there's really sort of two types of effects. There's the effects that, with a capital E, those effects let you specify side effects that are caused by rendering rather than by a particular event. So we're going to get into the difference, right now. So React refers to two types of effects, effects with a capital E and events. So effects that, are supposed to happen in event handlers, but I think this is a little confusing. So for the duration of this talk, I'm going to be calling them activity effects and action effects. And so activity effects are something that it's an ongoing process. It's something you don't forget about while you're in the life cycle of your component, you're intently watching it. So this might be a subscription or watching a live stream of a head of lettuce or something like that. An action effect is something where you explicitly execute it. It's fire and forget. You don't care what the end result of that is, like Brexit. So what is useEffect for? UseEffect, the hook specifically, is for synchronization with activity effects. Not with action effects, but with activity effects. So one example of this is, for example, a listener, a resize, a mouse move, something like that, where you create a handler, you add that handler, and you make sure to use that cleanup function to say, I don't want to listen for this anymore. And because activities are ongoing things, it's sort of like watching television, where it doesn't matter how often you turn on and off the TV, the channel is still going to keep going. You're not imposing any side effects by turning it on and off. It's not like you turn off the TV and the BBC is like, all right, let's cut it, this person stopped watching. It doesn't work that way. So where do action effects go then? We know that, we can't really have side effects in render, and you actually sort of can, but, we won't get into that here. We know that putting it in useEffect is awkward because David said so. But what about outside the component? That's an idea. So where do action effects go? In reality, they go in event handlers, or sort of. In this example, we have an onSubmit, and we are submitting the data directly inside that onSubmit. And I'm going to show you the alternative later. But the real mental model is you want to put your fire and forget, your action effects, as close as possible to the event that would have caused the effect. And so here's how this helps with React 18. We know that when something changes, our component is going to re-render, and if we tie that effect to rendering, then React, remember, it has the ability to just keep re-rendering that component. And because you tied it to rendering, it's going to just keep executing those effects, which we don't really want. But move the effect closer to the event handler, and you avoid that problem completely, because you're not tying it to render, you're tying it to the actual event that caused that effect to happen. So action effects happen outside of rendering. All right, so here's an example which actually goes through quite a few issues. And I've seen this before, I've even done this. There's an isFocused prop. And so this isFocused prop makes sure that when we focus a component, so isFocused equals true, we're listening for that state change, and so when that state changes, we are going to execute that useEffect, which is then going to focus the event. So there's a lot of indirection going on here just in order to get that, that component to focus, and also there's a possibility of an impossible state, like what if you have multiple isFocused is true. In short, if isFocused shouldn't really be a prop, but let's see how we could refactor this at least outside of useEffect. So instead, we could use a forward ref, and we could just consume that, in the components where we have this input ref equals use ref, and even though this is a fancy input, we could use forward ref to grab that, or if you really want to, use imperative handle. I didn't put it in the slides because I don't want people screenshotting it and being like, this guy's recommending use imperative handle. That's too spicy for this talk. But anyway, check it out. We are doing the side effect directly inside of the event handler. And so the result is we have a very clean component, we have no use effects in sight, and this is just extremely, extremely simple. So when we think about this, though, like executing an effect directly inside of use effect, it feels, executing an effect directly inside the event handler, it feels imperative. It feels like, when something happens, execute this effect, feels a little weird, feels a little like side effecty and not really functional, right? But check out the declarative approach where we're saying when something happens, causes a state to change, and depending on which parts change, this effect should be executed, but only if some condition is true. And React may execute it again for some future reason, but only in strict mode, which you shouldn't disable for some future reason. So, and I've tried to hear the explanation for this. I think it's something with off-screen mode or some, like every single time I hear it, it's just, I lose the reason why, but just don't do it. Okay, so now we're going to get into the beta React docs. Just checking the time. Ooh, not much time. Okay, so beta React docs. I'm so thankful that these docs exist, by the way. So, by the way, if you go to reactjs.org, there's a nice header over here, and you could go directly to the beta React docs. Wish we had this 3 years ago, but it's great that we have it now. Okay, and there's a section in here called You Might Not Need an Effect. So we're going to go over a few of the sections, not all of them because then this would be a much longer talk, but yeah, let's go through them one by one, especially the ones that are most common to what I see people using use effect for, where they shouldn't. So the first one, you don't need use effect for transforming data. So here's an example over here where we're calculating the total of a number of items right in use effect, which makes sense, right? Whenever the items change, we need to set the total. Guess what? That's a very imperative way of thinking. Instead, what we could do is just put it inside use memo, because total is a derived value, and use memo is very good for derived values. But guess what? You might not even need use memo. Honestly, start without it, and only if you start to notice performance problems should you start to use memo. I'm saying use a lot. But yeah, much simpler. Get rid of the use effect. And of course, we know that putting set state in use effect, it could cause a whole bunch of problems anyway, leading people to think, I will never understand why the default behavior of use effect is an infinite loop. I've run into this before, and the React docs warn you, you shouldn't do this. This is why. It's because this is going to trigger a re-render, which is going to trigger the effect again, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. You don't need use effect for communicating with parents. This is an interesting one that really highlights the indirection that's going on. So we have onOpen and onClose as props, and so whenever we open something here, like let's say that this is a product view, we change the state, and then depending on whether it's open or closed, we're going to call those props. And we're doing that by putting isOpen in a dependency, which is going to trigger the use effect. So you could see here, we're clicking, state's changing, then we have an effect, lots of indirection. So instead, get rid of the use effects, put it directly in the event handler, and now it becomes much more straightforward and easier to understand. So now instead, we are just calculating the next state because we know the next state of that is open, and depending on that state, directly call onOpen and onClose. And then you could even put it inside of a hook. Sorry. All right. You don't need use effect for subscribing to external stores. This one is a really interesting one because it sort of goes counter to what I was just talking about. It's like use effect is really good for subscriptions, right? Well, over here, I'm subscribing to a store API, and all I'm doing is getting some specific value, like whether I'm connected or not to the store API, and then I have an unsubscribe here. There's still a little bit of indirection here because we are setting a local state variable guess what? You could actually get rid of this and use the useSync external store hook, which has 3 parts. A subscribe part where you tell it, here's how to subscribe, here's a function you need to call a subscribe. The get snapshot part, which is, this is the value that I want to get, and here's how to read it from that store, and a server snapshot where it's just good for SSR. So you put all those 3 things together, it's going to automatically subscribe and get you the value you need. No use state, no use effect. It's a really brilliant hook. So I do recommend that you at least try it out. They say it's only for library authors, but they also said, like, do not use or you will be fired is only for React maintainers, but we're seeing libraries use it for whatever reason, like Preact Signal and stuff like that. So go ahead and use it. Not that one, but useSync external store. All right, this one is a big one. You don't need use effect for fetching data. Like we talked about at the beginning, that was one of the big reasons that we used use effect. So instead of all of this, that we were doing before, just use the framework. Whatever you're using, you're likely using a framework. Remix has a really nice loader over here. Next.js has get server-side props. And so this is going to be available to you directly in the component. And then there's a library that hopefully most of you are using for fetching data, which is React Query. But notice over here I'm doing something different. I'm doing query clients.prefetch query. Because the idea is that we want to start fetching as soon as possible, which is the subject of a whole other talk. But so yeah, instead of use effect, really use query. Next.js has use SWR, or just use. Right? This is going to happen in the future. If you're not familiar with the use hook, it basically acts the same, or this is going to be the new upcoming way of doing suspense. I think it's in RFC. React might kill it. They like doing the whole Google thing where they, kill stuff. Just kidding. They've shipped a lot of really great stuff. But the important thing is this cache over here. This cache means that whenever we try to read this, we are not going to keep refetching and refetching. I guarantee you, you're going to see React tutorials where they forget about this whole cache part, or they start fetching in here. You're going to get waterfalls again, so just make sure fetch as early as possible and cache. And Dan talks about a lot of problems with fetching and use effect. First of all, the race conditions that we talked about. There's no instant back button. You're going to see loading spinners everywhere when you try to go back because components are going to try to load again. No initial HTML content, so you're going to have even more loading spinners, and you're chasing waterfalls because the parent's going to load, and then when that's done loading, the child's going to load, when that's done loading, etc., etc. And so you want to avoid those things. Okay, so another thing, you don't need use effect for initializing global singletons. So here's what I mean. Let's say that, we've done this a lot where we execute some sort of effect right when our app starts. And so we're like, use effect is the right place for effects, right? So we're calling the store API.authenticate, but we know that in React 18, this is going to run twice. So instead, we use a ref, and we say, hey, did this already run? Maybe not, but this is honestly sort of a red flag, so I recommend you not do it. So instead of using a ref, we could just stick that outside, but guess what? Why don't we just stick the entire thing outside? Look how simple that is. A lot of you might be internally screaming. This is something that Dan recommended on Twitter, so I feel okay putting this on the screen. But if you're using Next, you could check if type of window is undefined or not and call it conditionally like that. And then if you're going to scream about testing, then just wrap it in a function, And then you could even inject that store API, do whatever you want to do. Just do it outside of the component. And then the biggest one for me, you don't need use effects for handling user events. And so this goes to activity effects versus action effects. So now we're talking about action effects. So in this one, we are submitting a form, and we're setting all of these variables. So set is loading is true, set the form data to the event, and so that's going to be indirect and trigger a change. This is wrong. What you should do is move it inside of the event handler. So move it inside of submit, and then you might need to add a whole bunch of extra logic, but because you're not using use effect and you're isolating it to that event handler, you could easily abstract that to a hook. My favorite type of hook looks like this, where you have a state, and a send, and all you have to do in your components is send events. This is use reducer, this is XDate, it's a library I maintain, this is Redux. Zushan sort of works the same way. Yeah, but so here is a bigger example. I wanted to just make this cool video where it's a thumbnail, but when you click it, it goes full screen, and then there's many ways to close it. You could click outside of it, you could press the escape key, or you could wait for the video to be over. There's 3 use effects that are handling this. So the first one, we are checking is playing, and so if we are playing, the video ref is, we have to play it, or we have to pause it if it's not. The second one, we are listening for the video to end, and if it's not ending, then we have to set is playing to false. And remember, this is going to trigger some indirection. It's going to trigger the state's change, and then the state is going to trigger the previous effect. And same thing over here. When we press the escape key, again, we're setting is playing to false, and now we have a little bit of cleanup too. So the way I like to think about these instead, in terms of declarative effects, is by using a state machine. And no, I'm not going to talk about XState in this talk, but you could talk to me afterwards about it. So with state machines, you declare the effects that are going to execute directly on the transition. And I think this is brilliantly simple. So for example, when we're in mini and we transition to full, we're doing it on a toggle and we play the video. Same thing when we're going from full to mini. We go from toggle and we're pausing the video, and then we do the transition. So if you haven't used XState, just imagine this as Redux or your standard reducer. Imagine if you could execute effects directly inside of your reducer. It's basically the same idea. And so I really like this because it really gives you a visual way and a declarative way of thinking about all of your effects without having to just tangle your mind and think, okay, when is this effect going to execute? I have absolutely no idea. So yeah, this is just my way of telling you, start looking into, I guess, state machines, because state machines are purpose-built for declaratively expressing all of these types of effects. So in summary, or not summary, but where do action effects go? Not really event handlers, but technically they do go in state transitions, which happen to be executed at around the same time as event handlers. Now, I don't have much time, so let's wrap up with a summary. Use effect is for synchronization. Activity effects go in use effect. Action effects go in event handlers. You should render as you fetch. And last but not least, state transitions trigger effects. So with that said, I want to thank you all very much.
Amazing. Please step into my office. Thank you so much, David. That was fascinating and also very funny, which I appreciate. Remember, you can ask questions on the Slido, sli.do. The code is 2124. As per usual, the people want to know, what presentation software are you using, because it's beautiful.
So this is slides.com, because I'm too lazy to learn Keynote. And also slides.com is super easy. Plus, you could customize it with CSS. They have that magic move thing, too. It's really nice.
And present offline. That's what I use.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yep.
Let's talk about effects. I love a you might not need concept, because I'm a simple gal. I don't like to overcomplicate things. But
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, fuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform. Or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying.
David's going to be in the speaker Q&A room off of the lobby later if you have more questions. I know there were a few left, but we need to move right along. We're going to do another shout out from our sponsors. This time it is JP Morgan. Oh my God, I worked there briefly. If you want to know what it's like, come talk to me later. JP Morgan Chase is a leading financial services firm based in the USA with operations worldwide. It is dedicated to improving the design, analytics, development, coding, testing, and application programming that goes into creating high-quality software and new products. Thank you, JP Morgan, for your support. We appreciate it, as per usual. And once again, I will keep putting up the slides so you can ask questions during the talk, after the talk, because if you don't ask questions, I have to make them up, and that's a lot of work, so ask questions. And with that, I am going to bring up our next speaker right away. Steve King is an engineering manager at JP Morgan. What a coincidence. Steve works with the core engineering teams. Steve, we're going to talk about this later, the JP Morgan thing. Creating open source developer tooling and accessible React component libraries to streamline the life of developers. This talk should be very interesting. So please give it up for Steve King. Woo! Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. With that amount of videos about JP Morgan, no pressure doing this today. So, as I said, my name is Steve, and I'm here to talk a little bit about how we're using modern web technologies, JP. Things like ES modules, where we can use them to solve kind of age-old problems. Problems like how do we run multiple applications that have all been built and deployed independently of each other in single container portal-like applications. So a little bit about me. I've been working in and around the fintech space for about 20 years now. And I've had the privilege to see UI technologies grow during that time. Now that I'm with JP Morgan, I'm no longer a core developer, but now I get to work with developers to put together our open source providing we have two things that I'm going to talk about today. One is the UITK, which is a React component library that we use to standardize the way that our applications look and feel. And Modular, which is an opinionated monorepo management tool. And they're actually both on our public GitHub if you want to check them out. And we appreciate pull requests. The kind of places that I've worked at before, I said it's always in fintech. Some of those organizations are really small. And when I came to JP Morgan last year, I had no real idea of a sense of scale that I was going to be facing. We have, across the bank as a whole, is 50,000 developers, I think, 18,000 of which are in our division. And they're deploying about 5,800 applications into one of our container types, which is a desktop container. 2,000 of those are in production. They service about 200,000 daily users, and there's hundreds of deployments going on every day. So obviously we have this really distributed development problem, or joy, depending on how you look at it. Because distributed development means that we've got loads of development teams. They all work independently. They're empowered to make their own choices about how they're going to build their applications, how they're going to deploy them, and more recently, how often do they deploy? Why are they actually sending code out? But looking at it from an organizational standpoint, what is the developer experience of that distributed development model? Well, every development team has to solve the same problems. They're all going to need to have some form of continuous integration. They're all going to need continuous deployment. And they're all going to have the same need to apply quality assurance. So they're going to need test tooling. They're going to need to choose the same products for doing their testing. And then because we're all under the same brand umbrella, we're going to need to have the same design language. So how do we add that consistency to the applications that we're deploying, bearing in mind there's thousands of them being pushed out? So when the applications go out as well, they're going to need to solve the same kind of problems. We need to know how they're going to authenticate their users, how they authorize them to use the apps. And because we want to have the same rich user experiences, we're thinking, how are you going to be able to share the layouts you've created? How are you going to share access to your applications? Which all kind of implies that you've got the same kind of understanding of having a preferences system, how you're going to store and persist the user data. So what was our solution to that? So our solution is, in UI engineering, we have what we call the digital platform, which is a bit like a Jamstack provider inside the bank. So I've already mentioned we have a desktop container, but we have ways that we distribute our mobile and web apps as well. We call it omni-channel. But we also provide more of a DevOps providing. So we have things like continuous integration. Actually, it's based on Jenkins. We have continuous deployment, which is based on Amazon S3. And we also provide like a centralized application registry. And that's where we have our developers push their versions of their code so we can determine which are going to be made available in production, and more importantly, when we need to roll things back, it simplifies our processes. And then probably more relevant to today, and what I'm going to be talking about later, is we have a design system. So that is actually, it's an accessibility-first design system that has a companion React-based component library. We have been embracing web components and allowed for the use of Angular. There was a decision made a couple of years ago that we were going to be React focused. So we actually have a new version of the React library being developed at the moment. It'll be released fairly soon. Feel free to go and have a look at it on our GitHub. And then more finally, the modular, which is our opinionated monorepo management tool. It has a few features in it that I'll be showing today, but it's similar to Create React App, and then an opinionation on developer tooling that goes in with building the applications themselves. So we have a desktop container. The developers, when they create applications, push it through to our continuous deployment infrastructure and tell the desktop container, which is an Electron-based app, where to fetch the URLs. When we come to deliver a web portal, what is the user experience expectation? It's almost the same as on desktop. Users still want to have a single way of launching applications. They want to have a consistent look and feel on the apps that they're loading. And they want to be able to use their apps in all modern browsers. So historically, that could have meant using iframes to load applications together, which would come with this usual drawbacks of you've got potentially many instances of frameworks being loaded into one application, into one web browser window. The use of memory, things get janky. You can't share or readily share CSS and theming between the various apps that you've loaded. So what was our solution? Well, I mentioned that we're using modern technologies, so now we are focusing on having micro front ends. The micro front ends that we're looking at are relying on ES modules for splitting the applications and loading them dynamically, and the React library that we've created uses CSS variables to share theming across the various apps that you might be loading. It comes with many benefits, things like if you're using ES modules, the way that we will be transpiling our applications is we take the source code, usually in TypeScript, rewrite imports that are in your own application to bundle your application code separately, and then rewrite all of your external dependencies onto a CDN. We use an open source CDN for ES modules, esm.sh. Have a look, it's great. But you may also be using Skypack, and we actually have internal versions of these that are able to access and transpile our existing Commons.js node modules in our internal registry into ES modules. In case you're not familiar, ES modules are a modern standard of creating JavaScript in its simplest form. You're probably already using them in TypeScript, and it's a convenient way of just simply having your imports and exports in your code after it's been transpiled to JavaScript. The other thing is that we have a web application container. We dropped support for Internet Explorer in the last year or so. We don't really mourn its loss because it does mean that we're able to use evergreen browsers now, all of which are able to support dynamic loading of imports in JavaScript without any need for any plugins. Okay, so building a micro front end. That was lots of words from me. It's live demo time, which obviously never goes wrong, so please bear with me. I've mentioned, I've mentioned modular. It does have a way of scaffolding applications. It's based very similar on Create React App. However, what we're looking at here, I'm going to use this is a minimal monorepo. It has a couple of packages in so far. One package is simply an Express server that's mocking out the application registry that I talked about before. Is going to serve up our built content so you can see the demo. And we also have an example of how you would create a host app. Now, Create React App would be able to serve these components, so it looks very similar to normal, using Webpack, so Webpack and Webpack Dev Server. Recently, we switched up to Webpack 5 and added support for ES Build. With ES Build, instead of generating a Commons.js bundle, we're now creating an ES module bundle. So all I'm going to do in here is run a quick command to, to start up the Express server. It's also going to start Webpack Dev Server that builds this host application. And it should, there we go. Good. It's going to very slowly load on localhost my application. We'll just assume that that's the case. I'll come back to it. Thereafter, other things that modular has in it. Now, I mentioned this delivering of development at scale. At scale, we often have the need to create new applications, and those new applications are created from templates. So modular has a feature that can either use templates based on that come directly from NPM or from within your repository. So I'm going to use them that are coming from my repository. So I'm going to add a new module into my monorepo. I'm going to the card. I am. There we go. Said can't type with people watching me. So running a modular command to add a new package into my template. I've created some templates already, but just so you can see how they get added in. Why am I running through this? The templates that we add are actually, they can all be run as independent applications. So in the code view, I've now got a new application. It doesn't do an awful lot. Fortunately, it doesn't use React, use effect rather. Oh, it does. Oh. Is that an effective one? Maybe. Okay, so pretend you haven't seen my use effects. I did say that I don't do code for a living anymore. And now that that's created a new package, I can actually start this for myself. So I'm going to start using a new port. Okay. So let's say that I'm going to just run this application. So what this is proxying is if a developer is creating the app for themselves, then... Did the old one load?
Steve,
hello.
Bigger the font size, please.
There we go. These do load. Oh well. If it doesn't load, I'm just going to talk for a little bit longer and then show you the video, because live demos do that. Good. Anyway, assume that you can render those. Never mind. 3000, 3001. You know, I've never seen Create React app just stop. Good, I knew I shouldn't have tried to do a live demo. Okay, so I'll carry on for now, and then I'll show you the video, and it'll be amazing. I'm going to add another one. Okay, so trying again. The next, I'm going to have to just talk. Does it start? Good. Good. Who would want it to just work straight out of the box, eh? So, never mind. Okay, so what am I going to talk about? The idea is we have this card view. They actually get rendered as independent applications that you can that you can start with Webpack Dev Server. The next up is having created a couple of packages that I can show them running together. So next I would need to build them. Now, the difference in the build process is that by running through ESBuild, we are... By running through ESBuild, we actually create an ES module, which is a single file that can then be pushed onto a CDN. In the example I have here, it actually runs as a local server. And let's just see if it's magicked its way through the internet. Well, turns out I'm not online. That's a shame, because I've styled it since I created this video. Disappointing. Oh well, you get to see what I was doing yesterday. So, assume that this is running live. I'm going to see why my modules aren't fetching from the internet, and maybe if you come find me, I can show you a real running version of this, as you can get from all the videos. We have a stand out the front. I'll be there later with a working version. But I'm going to show you the mocked-up version instead. So here we've got the same code window where I did a yarn serve. This was going to start my node server, which is like the proxy for our app registry, and sets up a create React app. There's nothing on the screen so far, because what I need to do is add one of those components. So this is showing you how I built one of those, runs through ESBuild. By running through ESBuild, generate my ES module, that then gets stuck on the CDN. You can see here, if we have fetched it using our portal, actually that's something I can show you. This is a JavaScript file that gets loaded dynamically. How did we do that? In the host package, I created a remote view. The remote view is actually, it's a very simple component that just fetches a module from a URL. That module, obviously, it shares its state through a context to ensure that we don't try and load these modules multiple times. But here you can see how we're actually loading the remote view. That loading is using, it's all JavaScript that runs natively in the browser. We don't need any plugins to do this. We simply have fetch from our manifest. We use package.json to define the content that describes the module. We use that, actually I can show you one of those, we use that to describe how the module has been built. So you can see including some packages, that's our design system, but also where is the output of the JavaScript and the CSS. Those are then going to be used by this remote view to say, when we fetch that package.json, then we know if we've got a style sheet, we can insert it to the HTML. That may not be the best way of doing it, but it worked. And if we have a manifest, now this one is where we've put the JavaScript. So see that dynamic import, that is natively supported in all browsers. If you are running this through Webpack, you'll need a little escape hatch, because Webpack will try and evaluate that import statement for you. But knowing that we've done a dynamic import in the browser, that actually gives us the evaluated default content of the package itself. So we know that those are going to be views for us, so we simply use that view as a component constructor and can include it in the TypeScript TSX. I'm presuming I still haven't gone online. Okay, so the next bit is I can add more. Components into this, independently building them from each other, and then we can use the portal, simply because it does dynamic loading. The portal is deployed independently of the applications that it contains, and then they can actually, in my real working demo, I was so proud, I have the grid and the card talking to each other. But there we go. There is an example that I can share that shows this running. It is a very simple thing to get up and running. I think that was me approaching time. There was left for me to say that we have, by loading the modules into the same React tree, we can benefit from things like sharing of modules, sharing of dependencies, especially if you've got stateful dependencies. They actually share the same instance. So we do have a system of recommending that our app developers pin at least React to the same version, which simply just uses the resolutions object in a package.json, that we then use the same React version across all of our applications. And yeah, so our builds are faster because we only have to actually build and transpile our own application code. They reduce the file size that we're storing on our CDN. They load faster in the browser because they share dependencies between them. And yeah, I'm really excited that we get to use modern technology to solve problems that have been around for a long time. So apologies that the demo didn't work quite well, but honestly, come see me later, and it does actually work. Cool.
Oh, what a treat. Please, my darling, step into the hot seat.
Thank you.
We're going to talk about modular a little, which is a great joy for me. First of all, good job having a backup video. That's a pro speaker tip, because conference Wi-Fi is usually not great because there's hundreds of you. So good job.
Phew.
I know. We have a couple questions in the Slido already. Remember, sli.do, and the code is 2124. Let's go to the live. How do you manage deployments of these distributed apps? Do you just deploy ESM bundles? What happens when you need to synchronize deployments of multiple apps?
Fun. So it depends on the team. We have got, as a mentioning of scale,
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, fuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use it.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, fuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform. Or use Graph.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Waiting
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, fuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, fuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform. Or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Hello. All right, here we go. Good mid-morning, everyone. How was your coffee break? Everybody had coffee? If you didn't have coffee, that's okay. I'm trying to cut down. All right, let's get back into business. We have a couple of pieces of housekeeping before we invite our next speaker on. Do we have the slides up? There we go. I would like, at the beginning of this session to again thank a few of our sponsors who are making events like this possible. Thank you very much to TopTal. You can work wherever you want for the world's top companies. You can structure your day however you like, and you can always get paid on time thanks to TopTal. So you can join TopTal today. Another product which I love deeply is SourceGraph, which is a code intelligence platform that helps companies quickly understand, fix, and automate code changes across their entire code base. It's like GitHub search, but it actually works. I do recommend checking this out. And then also thank you to Focus Reactive. They are a Next.js, headless CMS, and e-commerce expert agency. They partner with Vercel, Shopify, Storyblock, and Sanity.io to deliver quality software with a focus on scalability, performance, and great user experience. Thank you again for Focus Reactive. And now, before we get into our next session, again, a reminder, if you do have questions to our speakers, please go to Slido, that's slide.do, and ask questions under the code 2124. All right. As we still have people funneling in, let's try to grab a seat so our speaker can get into a flying start. Our next speaker is Michael Chan. Most of you who have been in the React ecosystem for a long time probably know this man, or at least they know his voice. He is the host of React Podcast, one of the best podcasts I've ever been privy to be a guest on, but also a talented engineer on his own right. He works on DX at Chromatic, and he's here to talk about visual testing with Storybook. Everyone give it up for Michael Chan.
What's up, everybody? How you doing today? Okay, it's okay, it's okay. Need more coffee. Man, my flight over here, I'm working on like a couple hours of sleep, so I apologize if things are a little bit rough today. But super excited to be here, super excited to be hanging out with you. I'm a little bit worried about the timeline because like 20 minutes, I mean, like I could talk about the subtle differences between number 2 pencils for 20 minutes. So I don't know how much of this we'll be able to thoroughly cover, but I'm excited to get through as much of it as we possibly can. Now, my goal today is just to convince you that just snapshots are not enough for what we're doing today, and that we need more robust tools for testing our UI. So we're going to go through that. My name is Chan, Michael Chan, Chantastic, whatever you feel comfortable with. This is how you can find me online. Earlier this year, I gave a talk called Taming the UI Multiverse, which was a little bit more of like a feely, squishy version of this talk. We're going to take a little excerpt of that and then jump into a little bit more, more code. But if you want more like stuff that's just talking about the feeling of UI development, how hard it is, and some of the challenges that we feel but don't really talk about it a lot of the times, this is going to be a good follow-up talk for you. So jumping right into what we're talking about today, who here is familiar with the testing trophy in React? Okay, only a handful. Okay, hands are slowly starting to go up, so I think that probably a good half of you. The idea behind the testing trophy is there's this kind of like shape of like how many tests we should write in any regard, and the biggest of those is in that integration slice of the pie. This is kind of a distribution of the types of tools that we use for the different types of testing, but integration is supposedly like the biggest piece of that. Now, I propose that there's this big piece of integration tests that we haven't actually integrated into our development workflows, which is visual testing. So that's what we're going to talk about today. And the tools that I've been using for this are Storybook with Chromatic. Those are the tools we're going to talk about. Now, both of these tools kind of derive from this mindset of being component-driven. And so what's the idea of component-driven? Like, how does it work with visual testing? Well, the idea behind it is really boils down to, like, how much value can we extract from one component? We have this really cool isolated nugget of user interface. How can we, I guess to borrow a violent metaphor, like, how many birds can we kill with this stone of a component? Sorry if you love birds. I love birds. I actually had a podcast for a little bit where we just like reviewed bird songs. A little different than React podcast. So one of the things that we haven't, like, so components have really become like every part of our life, but something we haven't really like explored a lot is like how we integrate components with browsers in isolation. Up to this point, visual testing has often been bringing the full stack of our application into the browser, testing it, and that can be really hard to test, getting the environments right, getting all the personas right. Components allow you to just kind of like inject a state and go really fast. So I want to describe the problem a little bit, and I call this the UI multiverse. And it's a description of the multi-dimensional challenge that we have when we're building UIs. And yes, like all of us, I was watching a lot of Marvel at the time that I was thinking through this. I also call this the 10-ish dimensions of web UI, or 35,000 perfect states. So every UI starts with the thing that everyone thinks that they're building, the very clear vision of what we're going to make. But we all know, as modern web developers, that any view is potentially 3 views, an error state, a loading state, and then the successful loaded state. And then it goes even further because like we have like different variants of those views. We could have a spinner, we could have a skeleton. The errors could be a 404, which is distinctly different from a 500. And then for our successful views, like these multiply like rabbits, right? Because maybe we have 6 breakpoints or so that we actually think about and care about, but like we could be supporting any number of breakpoints in reality. This gets a little bit more complicated, multiplied by the number of browser engines that you have to support. Fortunately, these are getting better year over year, but there are still subtle differences. Now, I would argue that the subtle differences aren't necessarily important to account for as long as you have a consistent experience inside of those browser engines. And then we have usabilities, right? So are you using like touch? Are you using sight? Are you using your ears? At least in America, the CDC suggests that at least 4.6% of Americans have blindness or low vision. Now, it's really interesting because like I've spent a huge amount of time testing and reworking views in Internet Explorer to save our app for like 1.5–2% of users. But we dedicate so little time to the 4.6+% of users who aren't able to use our sites with their eyes. Now we also have like device capabilities. I'm not going to talk about that a lot, but it is part of the like dimensionality of UI development. And then these views get multiplied by all of the complexity in our apps. So it could just be like, you know, authorization, that's like one metric, but then you have like logic, and we all know like how quickly props and state and the authorization of an application can really like balloon out of proportion. And if you have the privilege of having an app that's so popular that you need to localize it across different locales, well, now you have at least 2 versions that you have to worry about. So just take all of those views and multiply them by 2. And if you've ever had to do this, you'll realize like how poorly your apps are probably suited to like just make that switch, because anytime you use like a margin right, like for anything, like all of that just is something you got to fix now. And then docs. Docs are always a huge problem, right? Like we create these component libraries and we expect people to use them diligently, but we need to put in the work to make good documentation. So these are the problems that we have to face. Now, let's talk about my personal problems. I've been working for the last like 12 years in like design systems, component libraries types of work. And so this is what the challenges that I was facing over the last handful of years looked like when I came to these solutions. So for every view, we would have 6 viewports, 3 browser engines, 3 device capabilities, and 4 user abilities. So that's 216 perfect states per view. So at scale, let's say it's 2 authorization types, like user types. It was actually like 4 or 5, but I want to like keep these numbers as low as possible. We weren't doing right to left, so we just had the 1, so I'm going to cut that. And we had 2 UI frameworks, so our stuff needed to work in React and on Rails. Wait, React and, yeah, I got that right the first time. So that's 864 perfect states per view. Okay, let's take this a little bit further. So now we're going to talk about style. Style, we have color schemes. Color schemes are very important these days. People want their dark mode. We had 2 contrast preferences, so you could have it be a low contrast or more contrast. And we also supported 10 discrete applications. So we had this kind of like white label type of design system that could be themed for individual applications. If you multiply all those out, you get this rough number of 34,560 ideal states per view, which is kind of nuts. And I think that we look at this and we kind of like, we're accustomed to not thinking about this, because if we did think about it too much, we would just kind of not do the work. And I think that that's the approach that we've taken to testing a lot of this stuff. It's really easy to write unit tests for certain types of code, and it's really easy to, do all kinds of testing, except visual testing across all of these various dimensions. Now, just to like show you that I'm not like way out on left field, this is a Figma file. Someone wrote a blog post talking about all of the, documenting all of the variants in Figma, and they landed on just in these 2 color modes 1,134 variants. This isn't multiple contrast support. We're not talking about viewports or like logic or authorization. So just buttons alone. So it adds up really fast. Now, again, we're not going to have a ton of time today, so I want to leave 2 links with you. We're going to cover as much as we can, and then I'm going to leave you with these. If you go to chan.dev/1m, that's going to be the GitHub repo that we're working from in the exact state that I have right now. And let's see, is this counting up or down? Oh my gosh, down. Okay, so, and then youtube.com/@storybook.js, where I've been covering a lot of these topics in depth, so anything that we covered today will also be available there. And you can see me doing some like really debasing poses as well, so enjoy. Okay, let's jump into demos. Okay, so we're going to look at Storybook real quick. I'm sure many of you have seen Storybook in its very like basic state. This is the Storybook that gets generated for you when you run npx Storybook init. I've added a couple libraries just so I don't have to npm install today, but like this is really what you're looking at. Now, at its base, it's a component catalog. And like many people, when I first saw Storybook, I was like, I don't need that. I know how to put a component on a page. Like, I'm going to be fine. So I would just like spin up Gatsby, dump out all my components on there, or whatever. However, if you go a little bit deeper, you see that there's actually a lot of really cool things that we start extracting from components. Remember, our goal is to like get as many things out of a component as we can. So if we jump over to this docs page, we can get code examples, which is pretty sweet. Copy and pastable. But then we also have this really cool thing where if you are adding type annotations using prop types or TypeScript, well, we can actually just pull all of that out for you and give you a really nice interface documentation for this component. But we can take that a little bit further as well. You shouldn't have to be a developer to be able to see how all of these things how all of these interfaces interact with each other. So, since we know all of the type interfaces, we create a playground for you by default. So I can say, I actually don't want this to be a primary button. I can kind of make this text really long if I want, change the color. We have all kinds of stuff in here that you can use. So really cool. So I'm going to go back to Canvas. That's available for all of these components if I click on this add-ons pane right here. Now, another cool thing about stories is that I can just kind of inject certain state into this. So if my components are well designed, they're a pure function of props, well, then I can just kind of throw in the data that I want, and so that'll render with the data that I want. I can pass in objects, all that kind of stuff. Now, another cool thing is that components aren't just a function of their props all the time. They're also a function of the interactions that can be done to them. So we also have answers for that as well. Let's look at this page component that we have. That's a composition of all of the, both the buttons and the header that we have right here. And we're going to click on this logged in state. So we have logged out. You'll see that there's the login and setup button. And then we go in logged in, and we see this logged in state. Well, how did we get that? We actually have an interaction that we can run using testing library on top of these components, which is really cool. That means that we can derive stories from the components themselves, but also the interactions that we expect people to take on them. Now, let's jump into code a little bit. I have never before done live coding in front of a crew. So I've tried to do as much as I can to kind of make it go well, but bear with me. Okay, so we have our storybook running. I have a bunch of examples. If you decide to look at this repo later, I have a bunch of to-dos over here that you can jump to various parts. I want to show you just the ergonomics of a story first. We imported the component that we want to document. We just export default, a little bit of metadata, the title where we want that story to render, the component under test, you'll see why that's important, and then we can pass in kind of default arguments if we want. Args, think of these as props in React land. It's just kind of a disambiguated term for other libraries. Okay, so what do we have? So these are what the test looks like. So we could just like write out JSX like this, but we have this object format where we just say like, hey, we want to do a primary test. We're going to assume that we're testing this component. We're going to throw these args on there. We can run it without args. We can pass in whatever args we want. And we can actually compose args. So down here, we can say, hey, I want to use all of the arguments from the large and the primary button to compose this new story. So we'll just spread those out, and then we have a new story. That's what stories look like. Super easy so far. Now, let's go to the next thing right here. So one of the values of Storybook is that we can capture these states that are kind of unideal. So up to this point, we have this like Jane Doe story over here, right? And this is like a very like ideal name. But if you've been doing web development for a really long time, you know that like these views are kind of sent with these ideal states, not the extreme cases. So let's do an extreme case right here. We're going to do John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt, so with a long name. And I'm going to show you one more thing. We can do some really cool stuff. So I'm going to do another test right here, or another UI state. We'll create a story using the long name, using the args from the long name, but we're also going to set a viewport. So one cool thing about this object syntax that we have is it allows us to do parameters of all kinds. So I don't have to kind of imperatively put this story into a certain state. I can just say, hey, the viewport that I want is going to be this mobile 1 viewport. So did I save that? No. I've got to save it. I'm going to get this new story, and then here we go. So as I jump to that, I can see that, like, well, this isn't like exactly ideal, and then we can kind of make some decisions based on that. But we're just effectively like parameterizing all of the things that we care about in this specific story. How much time we got? 2.5 minutes. Sweet. Okay. We're going to go a little bit long, so we, yeah. Okay, so cool. So we have that. So these stories are really cool. Now let's jump into play functions real quick. So we saw those really cool interactions. I want to jump over here into play functions. Now, how do we start doing those interactions? Well, this is what that test looks like. So we have, again, we're going to go through this. We have a page, so we're importing that whole page. That page is the subject of all of these stories, and we're just, actually here, let me show you one more thing. I have done just a little bit, this is all just like regular code. You can write your React in here. I have a page, and this is just kind of passing in those functions, and I've done a very, very small little like mock where I have a tiny component that I insert that catches these actions and then kind of returns a resulting state. So I just didn't want to skip over that. Really easy to just kind of like make put the components in the states that you want. Now, from there, we just use testing library to actually like interact with this story. So we take our canvas, we grab that log in button. So we just use our queries to grab that, and then we just say use event, click on that button. Super easy. Now we can actually compose these stories as well. So we saw a composition of like all of the arguments and parameters, but we can also test these, compose these stories. So I can say, hey, everything from the logged in play function, I want to run that, but then I also want to do this other thing. So I'm going to write a test for log in and then log out. Okay, super cool. We have, let's see, where is it? Log in and then log out. Now this looks on the surface to be the same as the logged out, but you can see that we run both of our interactions over it to get into that state. Now, we can also run jest assertions in here, so I'm going to just import expect storybook jest, and then write some assertions here to make sure that it is, in fact, getting into those states. Did I save? Yep, I did. Okay. So it goes, we click the login button, we assert that Jane Doe is there, and then we click the log out button, and then assert that the login button is there again. Pretty neat, pretty neat, pretty neat. Okay, let's see. And then, check this out. This is super cool. So I installed the Storybook Test Runner library, and we can just run yarn test, test storybook. And that's going to run tests in jest using headless Chromium for all of our, and just running all these tests. Now I want to show you something really cool. Now this goes back to our dimensions of UI. We really haven't had a really good way to test accessibility. I want to show you something really cool that we're doing with the test runner. So I'm going to jump in here and say, I'm going to make a couple of changes to the test runner. Now I'm not a super good coder, so I literally, everything you're seeing here, I just copy and pasted. So this is on our blog. We augment the, give some configuration to the test runner to say that we want to run the Axe Playwright library on during that phase. So I'm going to run, let's see, yarn test storybook again. It's going to run all of our tests. Oh, shoot, what'd I do? I didn't save. There we go. Again, not a good coder. Okay, we're going to run that again, and we're going to get a few errors. Now, I already know what these errors are, but you can see that it ran Axe Playwright on all of our stories, and now we have the ability to say, like, okay, so we're not hitting contrast on a couple of things, and then make some fixes. So these are all CSS, super easy. I'm going to make some changes real quick. That color was a little low. We're going to change some contrast for all of these. Run our tests again. Oh, I got to reload. I got to reload because I changed CSS. There we go. Run these again. Oh, what did I do? Did I not? I probably didn't save a file again. Forgot to remove a comment? Oh, thank you. Yeah, mob programming. This is, yeah, now we're getting into it. Okay, cool. Now all those tests pass. Super awesome. Oh yeah, let's do it. Now this is really cool because this protects the user experience of something that, if you're a visually oriented user of the web, it protects the experience of something that you don't always like get to see, or like kind of is not always in your mind, because it's this thing that's kind of like invisible to you, but is the way that people interact with the web a lot of the time. So that was super easy, like just wildly easy, and now we have the benefit of all that stuff. So that is, okay, so that's all of those things. I want to show you one last thing. Check this out. We can even do this, and I said I had that slide up in the beginning, burn all just snapshots with Fire. Well, this is probably like the one, I think, acceptable use case of snapshots, which is to generate, check this out. I'm generating snapshots for the the accessibility tree. And now we can know for certain if something that we changed actually resulted in a regression in the accessibility tree. So super cool. Okay, now for this part, there's a lot of NPM installing, and this will probably be the last thing that we covered today. And so I wanted to fast forward through that, but I wanted to show you how you can get visual regression testing in just less than 2 minutes. So I'm going to run through this real quick. We got a video. So first of all, we take this library. This is the one we're looking at today. We're going to put it on GitHub. We go to chromatic.com, sign in with an account. There we go. Add a project. Find our project on GitHub. Super easy so far. We're going to add our chromatic library to our Git repository. Quick and easy. We're going to run this script, npx chromatic, with our project token. It's going to take longer than this to build, but then we see our build online. There it is. So we can go to our project and see all of the things that it did for us. So it shows all of these snapshots, and then also it shows these stories in the post-interacted state, as well as DOM snapshots as well, so we can know when something just in the DOM changed. We get a free hosted storybook right out of the box. And we can test across multiple browsers. So that's that thing that I was talking about. We want to keep things consistent across browsers. Since we have a little bit more time, I'm going to show you how to install GitHub Action. Again, all copy and paste here. I ain't trying to write any code. So we copy and paste that. We're going to throw that into our GitHub Action, paste, create a secret for our GitHub Action, settings, secrets, action. Again, copy, paste all the way. Easy, easy. We add that secret, and then commit and send it. Go over to GitHub Actions, and then we watch these things go. The first one failed. That's my fault. But this one's good. And we go and we can see our build. So now every time we push something, it's going to run all these tests for us. We have an army of robots just testing across all of our browsers, all of our viewports, like everything. Super easy. Now I'm pretty sure that I'm well over, so I think that we're just going to leave it at that. I want you to go check out this repo because there are some really cool additional steps in the, what is it? I think we have, 14 through 17, some really cool stuff. I'm talking about integrating with Chromatic, testing your themes, all that kind of stuff. So anyway, thank you so much for your time today. I hope that you learned something new about Storybook and Chromatic and start visually testing your apps. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
Why don't you step into
Let's do it. Am I on this side?
chamber? Yeah, you indeed did go a little bit over, which is a shame because I've been looking forward to interviewing you.
How much over did I go? I'm sorry.
About 7 minutes. We only have 3 minutes for
questions. Dang it.
That's all right.
Here.
But you are now going to be safe from
all the questions.
From all the questions, yes.
Sorry. Well, we have the live Q&A, right? Here, this is for you.
Oh, thank you so much, Michael.
Yeah, with your third hand. Do you want me to? Oh, shoot.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm good, thanks. All right, let's get into questions. I'm not sure, do we see the questions? Yes. I think the most upvoted question is, what are the most common mistakes we should avoid when using Storybook? I know this is a big question, but what is the one big thing that people tend to screw up?
Oh, man, that's a hard question. I don't know if I have a really good answer for that. I think...
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform. Or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
I was asked, do I want Slido questions for my panel? Are my questions enough? No, we do want Slido questions for the panel. We'll take them towards the end. So please do provide some questions. And that said, I would like to invite on stage our wonderful panelists. Panelists, the stage is yours. Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists? Thanks for being here. There's a whole long introduction that I'm supposed to read for all of you, but instead I'm going to ignore that and start with, sort of like a personal introduction, because you three might be, some of the, a little bit my like developer design heroes, all of you in different ways. Steve works at TLDraw, is the founder and the creator of TLDraw, and he's one of the most sort of insightful, detail-oriented developers I've ever seen when it comes to creating incredible user interactions in TLDraw and elsewhere. So glad to have you here, Steve.
Thank you.
Yes. And Maggie is a little bit of hybrid everything. Developer, a designer, anthropologist. She's an incredible deep thinker in the paradigms of computer-user interaction, computer-human interaction, but also just a wonderful designer and has contributed to so many projects and so many resources on the internet, just JavaScript. So thanks for being here, Maggie. Can we have a round of applause for Maggie?
I get a round of applause?
No. Oh, did Steve not get a round of applause? Can we have a round of applause for Steve as well? And finally, Anjana joins us all the way from San Francisco. She is truly the polymath. She's, done a little bit of everything from studying philosophy to teaching English to computational linguistics. And I think she brings all of these things together to a really holistic view on programming, and she's working on some truly exciting projects, which I'm sure that we can hear during this panel. Thank you for being here, Anjana. All right, so let's get going. The topic of this panel is UX and developer overlap. And I think the one cliche questions that we always hear is, should designers code? And we don't really need to go into that here, but I want to pose the opposite question. Should every product engineer or front-end engineer design, and what does it mean to participate in a design process?
Who wants to go first?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, the simple answer is no, developers don't have to become designers, right? That's never the ask, or that's why we all resent the question, should designers code, should developers design? Everyone's like, well, I'm kind of drowning over here in JavaScript tooling, please don't make me take on a whole new discipline. I think it's maybe more interesting to turn it into asking people to hold their developer or designer hat loosely and be very open to learning things outside of that very strict box that we put ourselves into, and just thinking, developers should be open to learning more about design and working very closely with designers and learning to think like a designer rather than becoming a designer, whatever that might mean.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I see design as kind of opinions about how things should work and look and so forth, and then a lot of process. So how do we make those decisions based on our users and as a team, based on the product? And then there's like the whatever execution stage, the building things in Figma. Developers don't necessarily have to be on the last one, but should absolutely be part of the first two. Either having opinions on what looks good and what doesn't, and having those opinions be informed by their technical practice. And then, yeah, if there are processes around design, that might be a place for, even though you're a developer, a front-end developer, absolutely a place for you to participate.
Mm.
You know,
She doesn't have a mic. Can we get another microphone? I think it's over there.
Yeah, and I think I totally +1 to what's been said already, and I think that there's also an aspect of the surface area of building web apps, even, let alone, the infinity of other products that we could be building and developing and designing, is getting so huge that there's no way that any one person can kind of hold all of the skills in themselves that are necessary to take into account when building these complex systems. So I think the other thing that we can really try to do better, and perhaps as has sort of been hinted at already, is to really be able to collaborate with people who are taking a totally different approach or have a totally different perspective on the same thing that we're all trying to build. And so being able to work together in multidisciplinary teams and really making sure that we all value those differences in each other's backgrounds, in each other's perspectives, in each other's areas of focus and skill sets, and not falsely prioritize some over others and kind of think that the skills that we have are the only skills necessary to build a really great thing.
Mm. And to build software, I think there are some natural constraints. If you're a team of one, you must do everything yourself. If you're a team of many, you can specialize a little bit. So maybe to this question of collaboration versus like synchronously being able to make these product decisions in one head, where does the like difference really become? Like what type of sort of design tasks or what kind of product tasks require that one person or that tight synchronous collaboration? And when can we be more sort of split responsibilities among the team?
Well, I feel like Steve's going to be the expert on this one. I'll maybe quickly say my initial take on it would be when products are early, I mean that really early phase, when you're trying to just describe the shape of something or define the shape of something, to have someone who can understand like the technical requirements on a very deep level in a way that I think most designers just don't. If you haven't coded, like you don't understand all the tiny things that are going to get tripped up in databases and front-end code. Like you just can't. And that's where having someone who intimately knows how to code and has been trained in design thinking or UX, it just makes an incredible difference to the quality of the product and being able to conceive of what is possible and the shape of what is possible. I think when you have a larger established product, maybe you can split up into teams, you get into specialization, and you're just maintaining or building out an existing thing. Maybe not as important, but early product definition, if you're in any kind of agency or company that does that, that's where those hybrid thinkers are critical.
Yeah, I would say that, well, most of design, like most of development, is following conventions. You're not starting from scratch every time. And that's especially true if you're designing for a very opinionated platform, like iOS or something. You're kind of following the HIG, you're copying other apps, and that's totally normal. I think the parts where you have to come up with an actual, like, original design can be really, really tricky for designers as well as development teams, where it's like, well, how should this very custom part of our app feel? Not necessarily even like look, but like how should this interaction be, or what should our whatever pricing calculator look like, feel like? Very hard to do just from like Figma and just from Mocks. It's a place where you want to iterate with a developer or have a developer own that and do the whole hybrid thing. But yeah, the further you get away from like conventions and the tracks, like the more the kind of the hybrid design developer collaboration is important. If it's just a button, and if it's just a button in iOS, or like, you don't need a designer who codes to make that. You might not even need a designer, and which would probably be a good talk name or something. But yeah, once you start getting into weird stuff, then that's where it matters.
So Steve, I wanted to ask your personal take on this, because I feel like you embody this kind of like synchronous designer-developer sort of like workflow, right? Like, how many hours have you spent perfecting the arrows in Fieldro?
Many hours.
And what does that process look like? Is that pure intuition and taste, or is there an element of sort of user research and sort of more methodical design process?
Yeah, like I said earlier, like design is a lot of processes. Like, how do you make a decision? If that decision is a color, right? Like, if you've ever seen graphic designers work, they have libraries of color and source material. They are not just picking their favorite blue. It's a process. It's a lot of iteration. Designing a perfect arrow is the same. It's just that, and with all these sort of like hybrid design developer problems, being able to iterate and say like, that's not exactly right, or it's better, or whatever, and kind of work your way towards a solution in the same way that you would with a layout or with a color scheme or with like a design, like normal design system. That iterative process is just impossible to do if you're just doing this on something like from Mocks. And it is really like, oh, well, that arrow feels better than the other one, or like, oh, look what happens when they're too close together. Like, that's a case that I didn't think of. And having the ability to do that iteration is like the only way to do the design, to make that decision about this is the perfect arrow or this is the perfect ink. Yeah.
How much do you think that's we promised not to talk about tools, we're not talking about tools, but a complete lack of like decent developer and designer tooling. The fact that a designer cannot iterate in Figma in any meaningful interactive way. I always say like Figma is the worst design tool except for all the others. It still like profoundly does not meet our needs as designers and developers to build like really good products. And there's just a lack of a tool that is somewhere in between Figma and React.
Yeah, I saw your tweet about that, and
Sorry.
I was like, that's bait. Like that is like, I think it's very tempting to think that, not to criticize the feeling like, oh, I wish but it's really about having, especially if you are designing within a convention or for a platform, the more that tool knows about what you're designing, like the less you have to design. And it's a big issue with, for example, Figma, normal kind of like mock-based tooling it's like you're just faking everything all the time. That's almost it's almost a separate issue to like how would you have tooling that allows you to design whatever, like an interactive pricing calculator, just as the example. I don't know if you can have something like that. Like you really, I think every product where this is important, the situation is normally unique enough that you really do need to do it in the same code base almost as like what you're going to ship.
And I wonder if there's maybe some lessons also to learn in how we think about as engineers, kind of baking in some of the conventions of a particular code base, a particular project, like particular style rules around how the code is written, particular conventions, like, you know, with the advent of TypeScript and static typing around, like what types of data is going to be passed around in our programs. Are there also ways that we can, as a community, really think differently about baking in some of the questions that, you know, we know a designer is going to be asking us, or some of the iterations, some of the changes that we could imagine are possibly going to be asked for by the design team in the future? Is there a way to kind of help integrate those with our existing code-based tooling to make it easier for us as developers to see those possibilities and stick to those constraints as they are developed, understanding that they might change, understanding that similarly to how we might tweak our linting rules once things become a problem, we might need to kind of codify more or less of the design choices into the code base in a way that we can easily move forward later when things change.
Yeah, this is sort of the promise of design systems, right? Yeah. The promise.
The promise.
They never work.
Oh, there's some deep hurt behind that. Do you want to talk? Is this design system in the room with us right now?
Yeah. Design systems are fine. They're good. They can also sort of, as I'm sure some people in the room probably work for companies big enough where they have extensive design systems teams. My feeling is that small products often move fast enough that if you do a design system too early, it ends up being more of a problem than it solves. But that said, it's if you can make the promise real, then it's quite effective at that kind of shared language between developers and designers, and sort of, like you said, anticipating change, anticipating styles.
Yeah.
I wish there was
as with everything,
yeah.
as with engineering in general, you know, premature optimization always being a problem.
Yeah.
Weighing that trade-off between how much time do we spend ensuring the tooling is going to encode all of our current assumptions versus how much time do we spend actually validating those assumptions and seeing if we actually need those things that we thought that we need.
Yeah.
I think it's almost like coming back full circle to the original problem of how do we create an iterative process that can move as quickly as we need it to.
Yeah, I think like following this sort of, I feel like the logical conclusion of this conversation is like, what is the sort of relation between UX and DX in a way, right? Like it is, you know, they're often like, you know, posed as antitheses. You know, there's a lot of moralistic, you know, for example, web developers who think that building DX tools is putting the user second. But I think, Maggie, you've been kind of like historically very critical of the user experience of the developer tools that we use. You know, for example, it's completely impossible for a designer who doesn't have technical mentorship to even like get a modern React project running most of the time. So what do you think that, you know, everybody in this room should do to sort of like help along this sort of, you know, collaboration?
Okay, how do I answer it in a short way? So I usually take the position that, developer experience is like, at the moment, really quite bad. I don't know if I'm allowed to swear on stage, so I won't, but I would use swear words. I mean, as developers, like, I'm a bad developer, but I'm a developer too. Like, I feel bad for me and all of you for like having to use these tools right now. They are like fundamentally don't take advantage of our like very rich visual embodied understanding of the world. They're like very limited. We're all stuck in text. Like, it's all like should be better. And the kind of question is, well, how do you raise that quality bar? And one is developers getting more interested in user experience and design as a discipline, getting better at UX and design, because designers are never going to build better developer tooling. Developers solve their own problems with tools. They're infamous for it, right? Like Vim, Emacs, right? They kind of go all out, really wild, crazy systems. But they're never coming at it with a very rich understanding of interaction design and visual design and the process of designing things for someone else and doing user testing and iterating on that. I think the way developer tooling gets built now doesn't have a lot of like very sophisticated or nuanced design practice to it. And if there were a group of developers that were to skill up in design and then solve their own problems with tools and apply the design thinking process, I think DX tooling would level up. So that's kind of my current, like, I guess, hammer I'm wielding, is like, how do you get people who are already inclined towards design, like you're one who, well, you came from design first, but people who live at the hybrid of those two are probably the ones who are going to build the best DX tools in the future.
Yeah, if I can piggyback on that, just like most DX tools are not designed.
Yeah.
Like,
well, yeah.
and I say that in that there's not a design process involved in the creation of this API or whatever. A design process that's like founded on the idea that like, well, I don't know how this should work. We should get the people in and figure it out that way. And so I would say like it's really 0 to 1 in most cases with DX, and you can tell when it's good. When it's good, and you're like, no, you involved some people not on the team in this the design of this API or the design of this tool or workflow, but you can also tell when it was just some guy.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the most successful or most loved developer tooling comes from that one person, right? Like a person who has a taste and a vision, who has like an original insight about something, and then some of them end up being successful. But then there's all those thousands of other developer tools and libraries and packages and CLIs that don't end up being that useful. Do you think that applying a quote-unquote design process would sort of help those projects that are struggling?
Well, I mean, if you have something out there long enough, for example, like React is a great example of an API that has been in the wild long enough to be designed the hard way, which is to have the Davids of the world yelling at the team, like, this doesn't work. I'm like, please make this better, and just so much interaction with the community. New projects, small projects aren't going to have that, and so, yeah, you could take your best guess at it, and maybe that's fine. But I think, yeah, if DX is something that you want to have part of whatever your product's DNA from the very beginning, then it shouldn't be the kind of solo. Even no matter how good your opinions are or whatever, like it's just an incomplete data set on which to make that decision or those decisions.
And I think on that note, I think we need to follow our own advice and also ask our users, what is it that they actually need instead of pretending to know what they want. So thanks for getting the Slido up. That was good cue reading from whoever is in the booth. I think one question that, we probably don't want to finish on, but I think we definitely do need to spend a little bit of time on is, what are some like concrete tips that developers who are trying to learn the foundations of UI UX, who are struggling with what this person calls poor creative skills, which I think is a very interesting self-deprecating description. I don't know that necessarily different humans have that large, scale of, their creative skills. They just maybe apply creativity in different ways. So what are some like very concrete actions that developers who struggle to get into this could take?
Do you want to try?
Yeah, I'll keep them short. I have a couple. if you are someone who's like, oh, something about design appeals to me, right? I'm a developer, I love development, I want to stay a developer, but there's something over here that I want to explore. I'd say most online courses might not be the best way to go, but it depends on your current job situation.
Is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform. Or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
AG-Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Incredible. We've been just given the flag for time. This conversation has been in-depth and titillating enough that we have basically overrun our time slot. So unfortunately, we don't have time for any more questions, but there are tons of questions here from Slido. I guess you'll all be at the speaker Q&A room now on this break. So please do and ask more questions from our panelists, who we want to thank now for coming here. So thank you, panelists. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Maggie. And thank you, Anjana.
What a day. Thank you so much for being with us, for watching and participating in all of the discussions and the Q&As. We really appreciate having you here with us.
You'll think this is it, right? Well, you're wrong. We can't leave you without a remote after party. What a conference is without an after party, right? Everyone is welcome to participate in. We are going to play Draw Battle, we are going to play Quake.js, old school, and of course we are going to have a lot of fun in spatial chat.
And with all of that, we must pause to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors for their great support of the React community and of this conference. So wherever you are, give them a round of applause.
Of course, to Git Nation team as well, because they did an amazing job organizing this amazing event.
And also, you may want to watch some of those talks again. So go over to the YouTube channel and subscribe to get more of these great talks recordings. The ones from this conference will be coming out later, and the ones from other conferences as well. So all today's and Friday's recordings will be also uploaded to the portal at portal.gitnation.org, and you can check them out there. All ticket holders will get instant access to them, and free attendees will also have access to them in a month. So just make sure you subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe to everything. Of course, your feedback, it's also important to us besides subscribing and listening to our talks, because it's going to help us making the event better and better. So we have a form available to you at reactadvanced.com/feedback. Just go ahead there and leave your feedback and thoughts.
And
we
speaking
have
of
this form.
Sorry, that was my bad. Didn't mean to step over you there. But speaking of these events that you're giving feedback on, getting better and better, don't forget about the Git Nation multi-pass, which you can use to get access to all of these amazing conferences. And if you want to win, feel free to go ahead and make some noise on Twitter, tag us, let us know how you watched it and how you enjoyed the event.
And don't forget, save your day for our next conference, because React Advanced 2023 is coming October 20, October 23rd.
I'm already going to start saving the date, but also save the dates for the sister conferences in Amsterdam and online, React Summit and JS Nation. You can actually get combo early bird tickets, so they are limited. Make sure you get those in early and hurry up and buy them.
So once again, thank you all who's been diving deep with us. And yeah, see you next time.
We'll see you on Monday for day 2 of the conference of React Advanced. Cheers.
AG-Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Hesitating, kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire, set my heart afire.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform, or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver digital experiences. Contentful.
Wake up, London. Rise and shine, Shanghai. What's up, Mumbai? New York, New York. Get out of bed. Greet the day. It's time to make a difference. Forge ahead with new ideas and work together. You'll dream bigger. After all, you're an artist, an athlete, a tech enthusiast, a role model. Remember, your differences make us stronger, make us smarter, more innovative. It's in our culture at JP Morgan Chase, our DNA. Every career is designed with you in mind, to make an impact, to lead.
Extremely impactful.
Because the chance of a lifetime is all in a day's work. And when the day is done, you refresh, refuel, and get ready for tomorrow. So good night, Rome. Sleep tight, Sydney. Sweet dreams, Tokyo. We'll see you in the morning.
Stop making compromises in content management. Feel free to leverage the open source SDK built for your favorite platform. Or use GraphQL. Optimized UI for live site editing. Better, faster, at scale. Content.ai.
Since we've made the commitment to React, teams at Shopify have built up a whole bunch of utilities and libraries around it, which makes development even faster than before.
We are really excited about how we can leverage the technology to provide value to the millions of merchants that are using Shopify today, tomorrow, and in the future.
AG Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
The content you create works harder across more channels, while you work smarter with powerful tools for workflows, editing, and even building your own apps. Say hello to a better way to build and deliver